Hi guys, I'm back to this project that I gotta finish today. That's right. Where did we leave off? Let's see. So pretty much I left off with, oh shoot, with these three designs on Canva. So these are final. I now have to work on Luna's tumbler, but there's a different size. It's not a 20 ounce, so I need to find out the dimension, and we haven't finalized it yet. The heck is this? This is the final project for me, Lynn, and her friend. This one, this one, and this one all will be wrapped. What's going on? Oh, okay. Man. Let's see, I say by tomorrow. So Eddie wants to talk on the phone. I'm busy tonight, so tomorrow, because he said it's either today or tomorrow. Okay. These look so beautiful. I can't wait to see them. Okay, now I'm just doing the finishing touches, minor touches. Let's see. So I'm just looking now at the space in between. Once it wraps around, I feel like, well, this area right here would be white in addition to this little area, but it kind of aligns with this kind of. So I don't want to move it to the left too much. Um, so I think just making sure that one's gonna go. Then there's a space right here. Think it's okay. And this one, I want to make sure. I want to, well, it should be okay as long as I print that area. Because, let me see. I would be able to print it, and it's white on this side. This one. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. I wonder if I need to fix anything. Oh, what happened all of a sudden? Do I like it better like that? Kind of. Well, I kind of want down there, like this. Oh, okay. So that's gonna wrap around. That could be pretty high, yeah? Let me pull this down a little, and then pull this down a little. Oh, shoot. Move that side there. Yeah. Too high? No, I should be okay. And then here. Okay, now basically, these are not ready to print yet. These are not ready to print yet because I need to flip them. And I also need to make sure I need to get the right tumblers. Let's see. What's this? What is this? I ordered a few. So the one I got yesterday, I took it out with the glitter, kind of the glittery, sparkly one, which is good for my sister. She's really into that. So I'm gonna make that one for her. Oh, this one is the small one. What are these? These are just small. These are the small ones. So I'm not doing these right now. Put them away. I should make a note somewhere so that I don't keep getting the wrong one. Okay, what else do I have? These 20 ounce knee tumbler. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Fine. Oh, let me do. So you guys can see. Now we're working on this. I think this is the right one. Oh no, these are the kids. This one I was gonna make for Matt and Cece. They can bring this to school. Okay, not these. Yeah, I gotta label these. Just getting the wrong one out. I have getting the wrong one out. Come on. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, what's in here? I can't believe I went overboard. Like I pretty much got a bunch of different types. I think this is it. So these come with also with straws and walking tool. So it's cool to give as a gift. Okay, I think this is the right one. Let me see. Hopefully this will sublimate well. Oh, the stainless steel. This would be good for men. I think men would like this style more. That's why I got it to try. So all the ones I got are basically different because I wanted to see how they would turn out. Okay, so not this one. Well, this one would be easy to remember because it's like a black bag. Wrapping around. Oh, yeah. Okay, one more. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Is it? Oh my god. It needs to clean up. What is this? Okay, order. Okay, here. This has to be the right one. This has to be the right one. How many did I buy? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, here it is. So I'm gonna try this brand PYD because they also sell I think this is the actual brand I for the oven. I can't remember. Oh yeah, this is the brand. This is the ovens brand too, the Sublimation oven brand. So there you go. Finally. So like you could like each brand is slightly different. If the lid is different. This one is cuter, I think. Let me see. This one is like okay. At least this one doesn't have the thing at the bottom, so I won't have a problem with that. Actually, this is better to sell if I were to sell it. It's gonna like more clean. I want to see if I mix up the lid, would that make a difference? Like, can I use this lid on that one? No. So you kind of cannot really mix it up, I think. Should be able though. Oh yeah, it's the same. Let me just put this back real quick. Let me kind of from this kind of loud there. Mhm. Let me see the hole size because Phil was kind of complaining a little bit because the hole was kind of small. This hole is actually bigger, so it's actually easier to drink. This one is smaller because what he mentioned was like, oh wow, this is gonna be hard for someone who's like really thirsty. And it comes with a straw. Put that in there. You want this one? I think this looks. I think this is good. So we'll see. We're gonna test this out. Oh. I mean, the box itself isn't the nicest, so it's not really meant to be. It's just I mean, imagine if I gave a box like this. This is the gift. Does it look nice? Not really. Eh? Anyway, this is mine. I'll pick that one. Oh yeah, this came along with that. We would take out 2 more. They were doing 3 of these, and then um 3 kids, and I have the time for it. But let's see. And this project's taking a while because I never got the chance to finalize. Oh. Okay, let me go back. Mm, okay. first, let me make sure because we want it to wrap around perfectly. So that means, oh, let me get all the cords around. Let's see. So I need the sublimation paper. Damn, I'm really unprepared. So today would be the day. Do all this sublimation paper. What else do I need? I need paste. I think I gotta tape it. And then here's my gloves. I gotta get right now we don't really have a crafting space, office space to do work. So it's just like right here. And I've gotta really organize the closet. This is my closet with the supplies. What else do I need? Um, oh yeah. Oh, yeah, I need that. And this one, I also need. Where did that go? Hmm. Okay. And then I need the shrink wrap and the heat gun. But okay, I just made some porridge because my friend from work was talking about porridge, and for some reason I started craving. So now I made some porridge in the Thermomix. I'm gonna go down and check it real quick. So I need a little bit of porridge with beef broth I made maybe 2 weeks ago. I just needed to clean out the fridge and just use it all up, and now it's just craving for something warm. So okay, let me make sure I got everything. I got sublimation paper to print, and then you do that, you tape it. So I got the tape, and then we got the shrinking wrap, and then we got the heat gun. And then I think that's pretty much everything I need. And then we put in the oven. Yeah, wrap it. Yeah, tape it. Put in the oven. And that's pretty much it. So while I'm eating this, I think uh mm, I don't know, maybe after 4, 5 or so. I try back to there. Okay. Add a little bit of salt and mushroom seasoning to this. Okay, now let me go back to the scene. So these three are basically finalized. So I need to now I need to save them. Oh, first I need to find out the dimension for the PYD Life 20-ounce tumbler. Most likely, it's pretty much all the same. I had a note about this. Or text. Let me go back to the text real quick. It should be already like that. But just to make sure, this is 2790 by 2460 pixel. Why is that locked in? I believe it is already. Let me see resizing. Or no, that's not it. When I was sublimating the other brand, Benizi, it was slightly different, so I had to adjust. And it kind of sucked. So you kind of want to stick to one brand after you find out what you like. So that's what I have to do. I believe this is this is a dimension for this already because it's automatically there. Why is this here? Here it is. What did I put here? Daily design. Put this on this side. Move that. Somewhere here. 29, yeah. Yep. I already have it like that. Let me just, so it already should be set up like that. So I'm gonna do this, download it. There's 3 files, yes, 3 files. Transparent background. Okay. Print them out. Once I print them out, I now have to flip them because I don't think I can flip it like this because it's not an image right now. There's like 2 or 3 elements together. So I really can't flip this. It doesn't let me flip. But this one I can flip because this picture itself is an image. See, I can just flip it, but it won't flip this, the font. So now I save it as an image as a whole. Then I can flip everything. And I found out to be the easiest thing because before I was just doing that and then I was flipping the font and it was like there's just multiple steps to it. Okay. Let's save it in here. All right. Now the image is good. Let me check the properties. Or no, not properties. I need to go to paint real quick. I remember something like this. This is how you check. I think there should be fine. I'll open it. Open. Give me an option. Just copy paste this to my project. I see business link project. It's a PNG file. There's a few steps, which kind of sucks, but I'm trying to still figure out how to streamline this. Open with paint. And I think in here you can check something. I forgot exactly. Oh, image properties. 90-60 dpi. I mean, the width and height is right. This seems pretty clear. And look at this, how clear this looks. So in the smaller scale, it should look clear here too. I still learning. Like I haven't like really mastered that. So this is the final, and this one is Linda's, right? Yeah, it looks like that because we removed the background, which we should. Not sure why this isn't. See, this one's fine. Why is hers like that? I don't get it. Hold on, let me just make sure. It's already removed. I removed it originally. So why? Let me do this again real quick. Transparent background. I'm just gonna try again. Select one only. Let me see. Why is that working? Let me see this one. Why does it do this? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna do a background remover again. Let's see what happens. It looks the same, right? But once you download it with the transparent background, I don't think it matters though, but I'm just curious why. I have this tendency to like, I don't know, get sidetracked it, I guess. There you go. This is what I want. Save as Slim Final, which is this one. Save over. And see. Weird. I don't get it. Whatever. Okay, so anyway, now these it needs to go back to Canva. Because I need to flip them. So that goes to Etsy. This one. The final ones are down up here now. Okay. Um, okay. Okay. So now let me add another page. Right. Oh. So this is already sized correctly for to fit the tumbler. So I need to make sure it's that. The answer here. And all we do now is now we can flip it now as an image, and we're just gonna flip it. That. Flip this. And flip this. Now we can save these again. So that other one wasn't really final. So I can do again. Sure. Download. Let's just select that again. It's the PNG still, right? Oh no, I'm gonna for printing. I don't think it matters. I can't recall. Wait, let me see what I wrote. Did I write anything about it? Yeah, I didn't write anything about that part. Oh, I always convert this to that. For creating, correcting statements. No. This is why I write notes, because I can't remember everything. I don't think it matters. Because I was doing, yeah, I was doing the others and they were the same. Okay. So I'm going to find the way it is. And then do pages 4, 5, and 6. Download. Okay. Again, we have these now. Let's put this in a file. Okay. I'm gonna put the rest as old. I tend to do that because it's getting too much now. Okay, this is mine. Version 2. Linda. Linda final version 2. Okay, let's say which one has the least amount of color? I want to do a test print real quick. I'll do it on mine just for fun. So we have your sublimation paper. I guess at the same time I am training myself how to show how to do this, so it helps me learn at the same time. Okay, so this one is 8.5 by 11. I have all these paper, that paper. Okay, space. Let's do a quick draft. And it shouldn't be too bad because of the white background. Putting it there. Let me see. Okay. Did I? Right. Okay. Let me use this one instead. But this is done. I don't need this. Let me see the folder. And this, I don't need this one. Okay, so I'm gonna print mine. And this is fine the way it looks. It should be like that. It should be flipped around. Because when I paste it in here on that one. Okay, let me print. This is for series. Oh. Would be got a bunch of this. I need to delete some of these. Okay, this is for that one. 48. This is the Epson Eco Tank 4800, which I converted to a sublimation printer. Something doesn't look right already. It's it. Why is it like that? So that means I'm not doing a full page. I'm supposed to do it fill, no, shrink to fit. It should be like that. So later on when I use the actual sublimation paper, it should be like that too. This is perfect because I just wrap it around. I'm not gonna waste paper. So, but later on it would be, I don't remember what I'm supposed to use. Oh, well, yeah, I need to write notes on all that stuff later. But the letter size is correct, 8.5 by 11, because that's also the sublimation paper. March, everything seems normal. I'm gonna make a print. This is gonna be a draft only. So I'm gonna use draft, no black and white, just to make it quick. Okay, save. Okay. Oh, supposed to be. I wanted to watch this video. Danko, personal brands are dying. How AI changes the future of content creators.
According to Wikipedia, Dead internet theory is a conspiracy theory suggesting that the internet died sometime around 2016 to 2017 and is now largely dominated by bots and AI generated content rather than people. But there's something even surprising about this theory that nobody's talking about. Now, I'm not sure why we still label this as a conspiracy theory because most of the internet is made up of bots and AI content. And it will
Preacher's a
only
little
get worse.
slow.
But honestly, I don't really see this as a
You can hear it
problem.
now.
In fact, it could present one of the greatest opportunities for creatives and entrepreneurs and founders and everyone else to stand out.
Hmm. Okay.
On the other hand, there is an endless supply of hyper addictive, brain dead content that people can scroll through at any given time. It's a little insane to me, but the average screen time for the average American is a little over 7 hours. Sure, some of that is work related, but we all know the majority of it, even if you're at work,
Okay.
is spent on social media.
It's
Reports
really
of
unclear. You
depression,
can't barely see it
uncertainty,
because
and
I don't want to
stress
waste
have
any
gone
ink.
through the roof, especially with the threat of AI replacing jobs. This
See that?
harassing their last sources of purpose.
And this is gonna wrap around.
They hate their
So
jobs. The
Amy,
thing is,
child.
people don't want to change.
On this side is what you
Become
can
so
see with the
accustomed to pain
transfer.
that it feels like home, and leaving it seems like the real suffering. And with AI breaking record high benchmarks every other week, individuals and companies can track hundreds to thousands of pieces of content every day. Now, since this content is so addicting, the stress and depression and uncertainty and anxiety
So
will
it's gonna.
only
This
continue
is
to
will
get
be
worse
printed.
unless we
Wrap
learn
around
to
like
control
this. Let me
ourselves. The
see.
question is this actually a problem? Because we've all thought about it. Is society really going to end up like that scene from Wall-E, where everyone's obese, floating around in
You
a
want to take
chair,
out the
being
cap.
drip-fed sugary
Okay.
beverages and entertainment all day long? I'm not so sure. Processed food is bad. That's obvious. We all know it. But that doesn't mean you can have a cookie or two, or maybe an entire butter cake to yourself at 1 a.m. watching old
Seems
episodes
right.
of The Office after a few birthday espresso martinis to balance out the overoptimization of our lives. The problems start to spring up when we can't control ourselves for an extended period of time. And that's very easy to do. Fast food chains, streaming companies, gaming companies,
So later I'm
social
gonna have
media
to
companies pour hundreds of billions
cut
of
some of
dollars
the
into
areas out,
optimizing
top and
dopamine-driven
bottom.
feedback loops designed to keep consumers addicted. Facebook alone spends over $20
And just wrap it
billion
around like
annually
this.
on research and development. Now, what makes
Okay, I
fast
think
food
it works. I think it's
particularly
good.
addictive is this brutal combination of
So,
fat,
true.
sugar,
Why would you do it this way?
these were scarce resources that humans aren't adapted to have in abundance in today's world. Were adapted for survival, and scarce ingredients, when found, spurred to our brain to signal that we found something to aid in our survival. And once companies discovered this mechanism,
So
they
look
can
like
now
that.
test and create combinations
Oh,
of these ingredients that
upside down.
kept consumers addicted and coming back for more. The internet companies
shoot.
did the same thing. They adopted an advertising model for monetization and soon found that
It's a little bit
polarizing
high, actually. The
inflammatory
quote's a little
headlines led to
high.
capturing the most attention. Now all they had to
means
do was serve more
Either
what
I cut it
users
like the
liked
bottom
to
lower
enhance
to
the
wrap it
accessible
around,
screen.
or I need to
That was the
lower.
birth of the
I might lower the
fourth
quote a
page.
little bit. So
Now
this
there's
is why it's
processed food,
important.
and there's also processed content, digital, fat, sugar, and salt, cheap dopamine, instant gratification, entropy. Quick and shallow content is just that. Entropic. The more you consume, the more
Yeah,
chaotic
I'm
your
gonna lower
mind
it a little bit.
becomes. There is no long-term sense making, just a bunch of useless ideas filling your brain without any goal or vision to apply them to.
So let's
The
go
digital
back to
food
my
doesn't
original
energize
line.
you or build muscle. It makes you
And
feel so
reduce
sluggish you
down
just
a
want to
little
lay down all
bit.
day and gain fat. Being a Wall-E citizen drooling over a curated algorithm that
see.
feeds you short-term gratifying content keeps you in a state of stress and survival. The combination of fear and desire pull you away from the present moment, and psychic entropy, or disorder in the mind, increases. What you thought to be one harmless post was actually a combination of 50 posts you read in unison that silently induces chaos. You regress, you stay the same, you lock yourself into a paradigm of political ideologies and static opinions that aren't conducive to achieving anything worthwhile in your life. The sad thing is, you don't care, and you probably didn't even realize you got yourself into this situation, or you did and you forgot about it shortly after and then just got back into the situation. I'm the same. It happens to all of us. That's why I'm creating this video. But there is a bright side to this. You already know that you can't trust social media companies to change their incentives, but you can and must take matters into your own hands. Now, this is a tweet the other day that I saw
Or maybe they
from
just flip like
Kevin
this.
on Twitter, and it was called
Not this
Thoughts
side.
on Building a Personal Brand. And based on my other videos, like the death of the personal brand and a lot of the one-person business videos that I've made, I agree with a lot of his points. Over-optimized profiles equals try hard equals low status, chasing engagement trades off authenticity, writing about others is lame and has no moat. I see this all the time. People just write about other people rather than build authority and talk about ideas that they like or share their interests or skills. Being an expert is overrated. Just be yourself in public. Being a hypocrite for your team equals you're a loser. In other words, if someone that you like says something that you don't agree with, but you agree with them, you're a loser. Reputation beats reach every time, and posting should be downstream of doing. And the most important one, if you even try to build a
Yeah, it is
personal
a little
brand,
bit
you
low,
are
you
by
can tell,
definition
right?
less
Let
authentic
me
than
flip
someone
this
who
real
doesn't
quick.
try to build one, yet has it. We're going to go over some examples
And it's
of these
okay to
soon,
be on the
but it's
edge
just
because
a
there's
great
nothing
way to
here.
frame what we're going to talk about in terms of the difference between creators and AI generated content. And the point with me saying that is that those kinds of personal
A little
brands,
lower.
the people that shape what's
I'm gonna
posted
delete
on the
this one.
internet, because the AI content is following the
Save
trends
one.
that the personal brands and
no.
the influencers create, but they can't
Page
replicate
4.
that beautiful authenticity. So shop
4 is
at
my
digital
final.
farmers markets, because on the flip side of processed food and content, there's organic food and content, and organic content is centropic. Unlike entropy that leads to disorder and chaos, centropy leads to order and clarity. But you can't expect the For You page to feed you this content. You must actively search, curate, and nurture your digital feed, especially as AI content starts to ramp up. Now, how do you spot organic content? First, it is useful. It aids in the achievement of your goals. The caveat here is that you actually have to have self-generated goals. If you don't have a vision, most content, aside from that which helps generate vision, is useless.
Okay,
Go
I'll
read
print
a
out the other
philosophy
two.
book.
Just
The
so you can
second
see
thing
it.
is that it is often long form. Books, articles, newsletters, podcasts, and YouTube videos. It has enough room to deliver something of sense and value. However, the thing here is that many short form creators can post insights and education that act as a small puzzle piece for your mind. So there is short form centropic content, but if it doesn't act as a puzzle piece, if it's just an idea floating off and it doesn't connect to anything you want to do in your life, then it's not doing you any good. The third thing, it is authentic. It is not created because it has to be. It is created because the creator deems it
Okay, so
valuable
this
enough to
final
share with
one.
an audience that may benefit
So I'm
from
gonna
it.
print
One last
this
thing here
out,
is that
making sure,
organic
yeah, it
or
is the
delayed gratification
mirror
content can
image.
still use attention
So now
and
do the same
marketing tactics to
thing.
hook your attention in. That's the game you have to play. Technically,
Why is it
any
black
book
or
that hooks
nothing?
your attention is using these tactics, whether they're trying to or not. That's how you create an interesting story, is by doing those things. So the attention grabbing headlines and stuff isn't the problem. It's the content within it. It's whether or not that content is actually suited for you and what you want to do in your life, so you aren't just being manhandled around and being programmed by your digital feed to want things that you don't actually want. And that's what makes you feel lost. And I have to say it here, but if you want to learn how to write these articles, newsletters, posts that are centropic, that actually help people, check out the Writers Bootcamp, which is a cohort that we run along with our writing software, Cortex. By popular request, the next one starts on March 4th. Roll before then, because it will close on that date. The point with all of this is that social media is not bad by any means. It's actually an incredible way to tap into the networks of knowledge, because where else can you find information from people who have done what you want to do in your life? Most successful people are self-educated, and most self-education today is done through a screen. Royalty and Roman civilization, like Marcus Aurelius, had access to the best teachers to prepare them for the throne. And now that you have access to the best teachers online, you decide to scroll videos of hot and dumb people dancing. Make it make sense. Nobody's talking about the fact that AI-generated content could actually be a good thing. Because here's the thing, it doesn't matter if the internet is flooded with a ton of garbage content. It already has been for years now. Even further, if this actually posed a problem to the social media companies, as in people didn't like it, so the social media companies started to lose revenue, they would be able to solve it. They could use cryptography or biometric passes to prove that you're a human when online. But it clearly hasn't gotten to be enough of a problem for them to do that yet, because it's not a problem. It's fun to whine and complain about this dead internet reality to distract you from what you can do about it. You're worried that these bots and AI generated content have removed your ability to find the information you want to find on the internet, when that's not the case at all. That couldn't be any further from the truth. Most people just want most things fed to them, and the social media companies are giving them just that. As I mentioned in the beginning, we become so accustomed to pain that it starts to feel like home, and leaving that pain feels like the real suffering. On top of that, think about how people actually view content. There's a ton of content. Nobody's arguing about that. But you can only view so much at any given point in time, and you can only follow so many people. The reality here is that AI does not generate good content on its own. I've tried to get it to replicate my writing, simple prompts the size of a mini course in social media. Out of 100 posts that the AI spits out to, maybe one can be posted. The rest are useful ideas that I completely rewrite. Some could use my edits, but there's a crucial point. AI content isn't good unless you are good at content. Most of it goes straight to the bottom of the barrel and isn't seen by human eyes. The dead internet is like an iceberg. The majority of the dead content is so deep that nobody will ever see it. And if the AI content was actually good, would it matter if I were to create this exact thing, word for word, scene by scene, with AI? Would it matter? If it gave you the value that you were looking for, I would guess that it wouldn't. You wouldn't care. But to that, you may say, oh, well, if I knew it was AI, then something would feel off. And that worry stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of what AI is. Because the hype around AI, oh, these new models are hitting new benchmarks, oh, all the jobs are going to be replaced. It's very good at clouding perception, because intelligence is only one resource, and it's proving to be a pretty poor one in isolation. It falls flat if there is no vision, taste, or agency. If you aren't already good at the thing, AI won't be good at the thing. If I created this video with AI versus someone else, the AI can't just do that on its own. I would have to orchestrate everything from the images, the scenes, everything else. It's still technically me creating the video. I'm just not in front of a camera anymore, and I can create them faster, distribute them faster. And that's just the thing. AI hasn't replaced content. It's just made bad content easier to create. The fact remains that if you are inexperienced and unskilled, and you're trying to use AI to get a quick result, like you have been with the get-rich-quick courses and everything else you can get your hands on, to not commit to something long-term, centropic, that brings meaning and purpose to your life, you're gonna fail. The principles haven't and won't change ever. The first jobs that AI is going to replace are social media managers, copywriters, and content marketers. Correct. They're going to replace the formulaic one. You know, the social media managers who post a fancy image made in Canva that gets absolutely zero results. Content marketer who puts a picture of a pretty girl on a screen with a Gen Z caption that people are already tired of. This can already be done with something like real form. Or the copywriter who posted blog posts for that one company and got fired because AI could do it faster. If you're writing simple blog posts to just allow the company to have it on their presence, then yeah, you're pretty amazing. Think of AI as a ghostwriter, or a ghost designer, or a ghost coder, or a ghost filmmaker. A ghostwriter doesn't create the entire story. They just write it. James Patterson, the shop people, uses a ghostwriter. Is James still the plot, the characters, the lore, the marketing, the sales, the business, and the rest. The ghostwriter simply strings this together in writing. That's exactly what AI will do, not just for writing, but for all of the above, allowing Patterson to do this all by himself if he wants to. Now here's the real kicker. AI lacks a coherent vision and philosophy. People don't follow creators for one piece of content. They follow for their body of coherent work. You don't find value in this video because it's the first one you've watched.
No, I don't know what this is.
You find value in the entire philosophy I've strung together over the past 3 to 4 years that helps specific creative individuals make sense of their place in the world. If you're new here, you may find some value, but it compounds the more you watch. It's centropic, or at least that's my hope. The good news is, good writers or creators won't be replaced. They will become more powerful and dynamic. Artificial intelligence has allowed one person to create more faster in a company or not, but only if they value agency and self development. The ultimate goal is getting paid to be yourself. That's a previous tweet of mine to
Yes.
frame exactly what we're going to talk
Getting
about.
paid to be
Because
yourself.
most people won't like to hear this, but it's
You have to
ironic
be.
that
How's
the
gonna be
only way
yourself?
out is to battle this processed
I wanna
content
live a
flood.
life
You must
to be
contribute
fake.
to humanity by posting
Mm.
organic content. Now, contribute to humanity may sound like a strong line here, but when social media is the media now, and you are the media shapes culture,
Linda?
culture
You
shapes
wrap it
everything
around.
from
Let's see.
politics to the economy, something as simple as posting online can be pretty important. Now, it's my personal, this is one of the few ways forward to become a value creator. And this isn't anything new. This is what the most successful and happy people have done throughout history. Why? Because
think it
happiness
looks
stems from resistance being
perfect.
overcome and a connection to
Means
something
right
greater than
here.
yourself. In other words, creativity and
Oh,
contribution.
oh,
You
sorry.
create and solve a problem. You pass down that creation to someone else, you solve their problem. You become a person who has value to give and then give it consistently.
See,
You
this
learn what
flower.
it means to be happy. Now,
And
the
the
thing is,
top,
this wasn't
kind of
very
cut off a little bit at the
accessible
top.
in the
You can
past,
also move
but
this down.
evolution is creative and thus
Yeah.
it solves problems. And
All
this
right,
was a set of
perfect. So
habits
now,
for a long time. Problems of work you hate, a lifestyle you don't control, and a lack of access to opportunity. And then in comes social media as a solution, and you just think of it as this platform that is extremely
let me see
toxic.
how I
The
print
good
this.
sides of social media continue to go underappreciated because one, anyone can learn. You have intelligence on tap, especially with AI. You can find any information you need to achieve what you want to achieve. Two is that anyone
not
can
it.
create. You don't need permission to post who you are, what you do, and why you do it in public. And three, anyone can be discovered. You no longer need a publisher, job board, or record label to write a book, find work, or make
I'm gonna write
music.
just
Your personal brand is your public resume.
should
But again,
be.
referring back
I
to Kevin's
remember.
tweet, if you try to build a personal brand instead of just being yourself online, your online character, because social media and the internet is so ingrained in our lives that that's kind of just what it is. Your personal brand, your profile on social media is just an extension of yourself. And it's an incredibly challenging one at that because you actually have to improve. You have to get better at writing and speaking. If you want to contribute any kind of value and make any kind of independent income from your creative work, then you have to learn marketing and you have to learn business. You have to create a product. You have to be okay with people criticizing you and calling you an idiot in the comments. It's a very vulnerable position to be, and it creates diamonds because of all the pressure. Now, the thing here is that social media is where the attention is. In the past, it was on things like the TV and billboards, and the radio, the newspaper. The average person often didn't have the opportunity to be in those things to promote their work. The other thing here is that AI is continuing to replace lower level jobs. The other thing here is that the top paying jobs are reserved for the elite in skill. It's the top 1%, even the top 0.1%. It's like getting into the NBA. Go look up the statistics on that. You're probably not getting into it. So the path forward, in my opinion, lies in what Naval has been saying or hinting at, what I've said many times in the past, that I think everyone should become an entrepreneur slash creator slash business owner. The future of work has been moving toward that enough time to look at remote work statistics and freelance statistics. And when big companies continue to outsource their work, the low level work, AI and other things, that's a great
What
sign.
else?
You don't have to work a job you hate
Oh
anymore.
yeah.
You can create your own work. And there's a lot
So what
more
I
to that. It's not
use?
just a place to promote your work. The internet is a decentralized school system. Creators are the teachers who can teach relevant and useful information whose sole purpose isn't to make you a useful worker like schools. The internet is a public town square where your value can be discovered by those who need it. Building an audience is the new resume and status symbol. Followers are less about vanity and more about social proof that people find value in your ideas. And what ties this all together is that anyone can be an entrepreneur. Because when the novelty and challenge of school and job advancement come to a halt in your mid-20s, causing a lack of meaning and purpose, entrepreneurship is how you continue to develop yourself for the future. I created this graphic in the past that showed that after being in a job for a specific amount of time, your progress starts to plateau. The reason that you liked going to school so much, and you may not have liked, I didn't like it, but didn't It
I
didn't feel
am using
boring and purposeless. You actually had something to
paper
do. You had
on my
progression.
picture. What
You were learning
paper
new things. You were
awesome.
yourself. You go to this job where there's a challenge and you have to learn these skills. And sure, some of it's annoying. You
The
don't
best
like doing a
result.
lot of it,
Oh,
but
okay.
that's life. And you
This is
increase
the
your
most
skill
commonly
level
recommended for
anyways.
the
That's where the
purpose.
novelty,
Oh, okay,
challenge,
okay.
fulfillment, and other things come from. And once it dies down and you plateau, that
Let me
disappears.
just
And then
copy
we get
this
stuck
real
in this
quick.
repetitive and mundane robotic life. And we don't take that as a sign to branch off and do our own thing. After we've developed ourselves so much, we've learned so much, we can learn even more. We can start self-educating. That's the natural path. And when that mundane and robotic life starts to set in, that's the best time to pivot off. I'm not saying don't ever work a job, don't ever do this. I'm saying if you want to be in control of your lifestyle and the novelty, challenge, meaning, and fulfillment that comes from it, entrepreneurship is the only logical option for that. I'm writing an entire book on this. I'm going to make the PDF free. It'll probably launch in like this February or March. It's short. It's going to be called Purpose and Profit, and it will give you a completely new view on what entrepreneurship means. Entrepreneurship is not a role or a title. It's a state of mind. You can be an employee with the mind of an entrepreneur.
You know what? I'm gonna do mine first, so I don't mess it up.
That's who employers want to hire. That are going to be the top 1%. So even in the future, if you're working for someone else, the only logical option still is to be an entrepreneur. Now, of course, this will not sit well with some people, but listen, I'm not telling you to do anything crazy. You have all of these beliefs just stuck up in your mind that when I say these things, it's like red alarms are going off and all of these emotions and thoughts and other things are trying to happen. I'm saying when you have to meet me or talk to me, I'm simply promoting the value of self-governance for taking control of the things you can take control of. And your work and your life is one of those things. And that's pretty big. I'm showing you that there is a path to taking control of your life in this dead internet that we're talking about. That if you were to become a creator, you wouldn't have to worry about jobs, careers, and AI, as Naval would say. Now realize that I'm not talking about a content creator. We've talked about this quite a bit. I'm talking about the essence of your being. You are a human. Therefore, you are a creator. We aren't those measly, puny little beings of the past who look to the gods as the creators and that we couldn't create anything ourselves. At some point in time, that drastically switched and we became the creators. Maybe this was during the Enlightenment where progress really started to take off and we realized we can acquire knowledge. We can solve problems. We can build tools that allow us to not die in the freezing cold or get burned to death. And that's a mindset that so many people have yet to adopt, is that you can just create things. You can just solve problems. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but that's where the meaning and purpose in your life comes from. And you'll never find that unless you bite the bullet, unless you just lean into the pain, the struggle, and you realize that struggle and pain in specific situations can be fun. You aren't an animal. You aren't a niche specialist that only thrives in the savannah like a lion or Alaska like a polar bear. Switched into you. They would die. You're not. You can put on a jacket because we created jackets. You can live the life you want because you can create the tools that allow you to live the life you want. The thing with this is that the internet is where creators go right now. That's the most accessible place. You don't need to pay any money. You don't need to be in the right location to meet the right person, to form the right network, to get the right job, to get into this. You can just post your thoughts online and get in front of almost anyone. And the thing with this is that building an audience, social media, all of these things, the internet, we still see them as something that's apart from us, that aren't us. But I want you to stop thinking about that and just think of it as a channel, a vessel to distribute your life's work, to pursue your life's work, because it's available now. That's why the internet was, I think, subconsciously created to connect anyone, because we're social creatures. And in order to complete your life's work, you need to be in contact and connection with other people who benefit from the life's work. And when you do that, you're forced to learn the right skills. You're wondering, oh, what skills will be relevant 20 years from now? If you were to actually just start doing this, you would learn all of the skills that are meta, that won't be replaced, like agency, storytelling, marketing, sales, writing, not being a content writer, illustrating the story, and how to orchestrate your vision with the help of AI. all as one person. It's not about cringeworthy content templates and how to grow to 1 billion followers in 6 months. Think of Jordan Peterson. He isn't a content creator. He writes books. He gives talks. He has a writing software. He has Peterson Academy because schools wouldn't cut it. The internet and social media are simply the best tools to advance his life's work. And that will probably change, but true creators will adapt. If social media went to nothing, do you think
Can't wait.
Jordan Peterson would just be like, oh, well, I'm a content creator, so looks like my work is done here. It doesn't matter if it's intergalactic space or virtual reality or revert back to the Stone Age where people were creators. They built and traded things. Everyone had their role. Therefore, they had purpose. No matter if it's any of those, the answer is to become a creator. You must solve problems and distribute solutions. Create the internet you want to be a part of. Create the content you want to see in the world. Create the products you would buy, use, and benefit from. Now, in the tech space, there's a lot of talk about moats, like a castle that's surrounded by a moat to protect it from its enemies. And when DeepSeek, the Chinese company, started releasing these models like R1 that rivaled ChatGPT's latest models at the fraction of a cost and them being open source, people started to scream, there is no moat. In other words, there's like OpenAI doesn't have all of the resources to themselves. They aren't going to be this megacorp that just controls all of the intelligence available to you and charges up the ass for it. In fact, intelligence as a resource is going to continue to go towards zero. What that means, as some people on Twitter have been saying, is that the moat in this case is the app layer, building interfaces, building use cases for AI. And that's ironic because the people building ChatGPT wrappers or interfaces are the ones with true security when everyone was just making fun of them. What that means is that like a software like Cortex, when the AI features are in, it's like, oh, well, this just has like ChatGPT inside of it, which isn't the case. It has AI inside of it, but oh, it has this chat feature inside of it. I can just do this in ChatGPT. Why do I need Cortex? You're missing the entire point because people don't realize that everything is a wrapper. Think of Typeform, the billion-dollar company. If you don't know Typeform, I don't know. Typeform, the online form builder. It's just an HTML form wrapper. Anyone can copy paste the code of a form onto a page. Typeform, why are they a billion-dollar company? I'll let you just think that through. So that begs the question here, what's the ultimate wrapper? What's the moat? And it's you. You are the niche. Your vision, interests, experience, values, beliefs, and everything that makes you is the most unique wrapper of any creation you put out into the world. Write to yourself. Build for yourself, solve your own problems, and sell the solution. By all measures, that is the only way to future-proof yourself. Everything else is a distraction. Now, if you want to learn my writing system to build an audience of supporters for your work or your life's work, check out Tutor Writer. If you want to learn the basics of modern business, check out the One Person Business Launchpad.
It doesn't look as vibrant as
it's
not supposed to be because it's a Sublimation ink,
and discover how unique
that's
your
why it
ideas
looks like
actually
this.
are.
But
Switch
when
your
you
writing
actually bake it, it's gonna look better.
Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, comment. Let me know if you like this style of video. I can make more. Thank you for watching again. Bye.
This side.
Because the other one is pushing you away. The fear of ending up.
Okay, this topic here is, it's actually pretty easy to be self-disciplined if you stop getting distracted. Well, how do you do that if you can't help getting distracted?
Look around. Everyone is stressed out of their minds. We all want to achieve big things, but it is becoming infinitely more difficult to focus on those big things. So those big things don't get done. Our mind is flooded with the risk of pursuing your own goals instead of the ones your parents or friends or partner or boss want for you. Being told what to care about, skills to learn, countries to support, foods to avoid by people with goals that don't align with your own, thoughts about the job you have to show up to, how much time you're going to waste, and all the things you won't be able to do, and what people will think if you decide to go your own way and take control of your life. These are not easy thoughts to deal with. If your friends or parents don't support you, or if they even try to stop you, that can be incredibly painful. You may lose people from your life, and you may lose a part of your identity, and that hurts. The problem is that they don't know what you know. They haven't been exposed to the same information, education, and potential, so they don't see the opportunity. Their mind is still programmed with beliefs that serve their outdated goals. It's difficult for them to believe that your new endeavor will work out because all they know to be possible is what they've done. Parents are very good at this. They were assigned goals at birth, they pursued those goals and saw results. Their identity was shaped, and so was their mind. They don't continue their education and expansion and exploration after graduating high school or college. Their minds harden up. They get locked into the same beliefs and thoughts that they've had their entire life. And once this happens, you've heard the saying, people hate what they don't understand. That's exactly what happens. Things that don't align with what they know to be true or possible or whatever is there in their limited mind, that's what's awesome. And they're not going to believe anything else. And they're going to try to avoid and stop anything else. This is the first realization that you have to make. Nobody is going to give you permission to do what you want. They weren't exposed to the information you were. They don't have the story we're telling yourself. Unless they're developed enough to open their mind to that story, you have to jump out of the nest that somebody made and trust that you can learn to fly. Even further, you only have so much focus you can invest into your goals every single day. It's no wonder why people live in a constant state of stress. We can't focus. As soon as we wake up, we grab our phones and flood our minds with news, advice, doomsday predictions, and people doing better than us. The only way to find relief is to keep scrolling to make ourselves feel like we are making progress. The mind craves order, and that's exactly why you feel terrible. Your attention is not focused on a singular goal for the future, so that distractions can't penetrate it. Your focus is split between all of these different goals that people are trying to tell you to achieve, to the point where you can't pay attention to your own. You don't have any attention left to invest into your own goals or even think about them. So you only have one option, and that is to feel deep into your situation. Realize where your life will end up if you keep going down this path and become absolutely fed up with the lack of progress you're making. Use that negative energy to laser in on the meaningful goal that you've been putting off. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's that nagging inner voice that is asking you to do more with your life. And you can hear it. You were meant for more than this. You have what it takes to be successful. You don't have to end up like the rest. So seriously, feel into your situation. Stop avoiding it. You have to add to the gravity of the life you want to achieve. So here's where you don't want to be. Here's where you want to be. And the more you realize where you don't want to be, the more powerful this becomes, and it starts to pull you towards it because the other one is pushing you away. The fear of ending up in just a terrible life will push you towards a life that you want to live. The pain of not achieving your goals must outweigh the pain of living a comfortable life. You must remove the distractions numbing you from the pain of becoming who you were meant to be. Now, if you want to achieve great things, you have to understand what self-discipline is, because discipline comes from clarity, not force. Self-discipline is saying no to people, places, and things that distract you from the pain of not achieving your goals. Most people don't understand self-discipline. It's not something that is supposed to be difficult. It is the byproduct of knowing what you want and accepting nothing less from yourself. It is the byproduct of an ordered mind or an obsessed mind. And that means maintaining a clear vision for the future. And when gaps appear that threaten that vision or make it so I don't know how to achieve that vision, that's when you go to educate and acquire skills that allow you to close that gap so you maintain the clarity. Because order is balanced with chaos. Your mind isn't always going to be ordered. It's often going to be chaotic. And you need to be able to zoom out, create order, remind yourself of your goals, and fill in the gaps that created the chaos in the first place. So you need 1, constant reminder of your vision, 2, constant self-education, and 3, constant building towards your vision so that you can practice skills that allow you to achieve it and identify new paths that you need to take or identify gaps in your knowledge so you can fill it and actually make progress in life. The reason people struggle with self-discipline is because they get distracted from what matters. They forget who they want to become. They forget what they are capable of. They forget the impact they want to have. You aren't disciplined because you aren't the person who would seamlessly achieve the goal they set out to achieve. Someone whose true identity is a bodybuilder doesn't have difficulty going to the gym or eating healthy. They just do it. It's a natural part of who they are because that's who they are. Someone whose true identity is a writer doesn't have difficulty going on long walks for idea generation or sitting out and having focused work sessions for writing. They just do it. They're a writer. What else are they going to do? They aren't a video gamer. They aren't a bodybuilder. They're not going to the gym. They're not playing video games. They're a writer. They write. That's what they do. It's easy. Now, on the flip side, someone who has the true identity of a video gamer, and I'm talking like a stereotypical gamer who you'll find in the depths of Reddit comments just trolling all day, they don't have any difficulty doing that. That's just a natural part of their identity. That's a habit to them, is to go on and try to ruin other people's lives and troll and not contribute anything meaningful to the world. I'm not saying every
Oh,
gamer is
that's
like that,
huge.
obviously, but the people where it's their
I'm gonna
identity to
do.
be a troll and a gamer,
First of all,
and
remove the
their actions
background.
reflect that, and it just digs them deeper and deeper into a hole, they obviously don't have any trouble doing that. People's behavior is shaped from their identity. You don't have trouble doing
Blurry?
what you do on a daily basis, like
And
procrastinating or going to bed late or other things, because it's just been conditioned as to that's who you are. And anything that conflicts that, like becoming a writer or becoming a fitness guy or becoming
misunderstood very
someone
quick.
worth
Look
being,
for her husband.
that's going to threaten you. And you need to recondition who you are in order to get there so that your actions just become natural. You're naturally self disciplined. Now, in terms of the gamer, you have to understand they can sit in front of a screen for 8 to 10 hours a day and like their lives. A bodybuilder, on the other hand, would see that as a living hell because they know that they're ruining their health. They've studied bodybuilding and nutrition to the point of knowing that sitting in front of a screen for
I
eight
don't
to
know, you
ten
can
hours a
see
day
it.
is the worst thing that they could do
Sure,
for
you
their
gotta go.
health. And if their goal is health and bodybuilding, then they're not going to do that because it's not their goal. You're working towards goals with every single action you take. Much of the
Wait, I need to
time,
listen
that's
to
just
this.
unconscious, and you
What are
have
you
no idea
saying?
what the as to that's who you are. And anything that conflicts that impact they want to have. You aren't disciplined because you aren't the person who would seamlessly achieve the goal they set out to achieve. Someone whose true identity is a bodybuilder doesn't have difficulty going to the
Mm-hmm.
gym or eating healthy. They just do it. It's a
Mm-hmm.
natural part of who they are because that's who they are. Someone whose true identity is a writer doesn't have difficulty going on long walks for idea generation or sitting out and having focused work sessions for writing. They just do it. They're a writer. What else are they going to do? They aren't a video gamer. They aren't a bodybuilder. They're not going to the gym. They're not playing video games. They're a writer. They write. That's what they do. It's easy. Now, on the flip side, someone who has the true identity of a video gamer, and I'm talking like a stereotypical gamer who you'll find in the depths of Reddit comments just trolling all day, they don't have any difficulty doing that. That's just a natural part of their identity. That's a habit to them, is to go on and try to ruin other people's lives and troll and not contribute anything meaningful to the world. I'm not saying every gamer is like that, obviously, but the people where it's their identity to be a troll and a gamer, and their actions reflect that, and it just digs them deeper and deeper into a hole, they obviously don't have any trouble doing that. People's behavior is shaped from their identity. You don't have trouble doing what you do on a daily basis, like procrastinating or going to bed late or other things, because it's just been conditioned as to that's who you are. And anything that conflicts that, like becoming a writer or becoming a fitness guy, becoming someone worth being, that's going to threaten you. And you need to recondition who you are in order to get there so that your actions just become natural. You're naturally self disciplined. Now, in terms of the gamer, you have to understand they can sit in front of a screen for 8 to 10 hours a day and like their lives. A bodybuilder, on the other hand, would see that as a living hell because they know that they're healthy. They've studied bodybuilding and nutrition to the point of knowing that sitting in front of a screen for 8 to 10 hours a day is the worst thing that they could do for their health. And if their goal is health and bodybuilding, then they're not going to do that because it's not their goal. You're working towards goals with every single action you take. Much of the time, that's just unconscious and you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. But when you make those conscious and you start to pursue them and you invest energy into a new goal for who you want to become, it's going to be difficult at first, but you're eventually going to create the identity that you want to create. And those actions are going to come naturally, and then you will become that person. Each identity has its trade off, so it's wise not to become dogmatic about one. Becoming a gamer or becoming a writer or becoming a bodybuilder is good. It's a good lens for achieving a specific goal and acquiring specific skills and having specific behavior. But once you become attached to that, that's when sacrifices are necessary and pain starts to get involved because everything challenges your identity. Like getting locked into a routine, and one day when you have to get off that routine, you just feel like shit because your happiness was based off of the order that the routine provided. That's not the goal. Your goal is to kind of collect identities and perspectives to form this big overarching integral one where you can become a shapeshifter. You can become different identities at different times and have the skills necessary to do so, so that you
Mhm.
can live in more situations optimally. It's not about being a specialist, it's about being a generalist, which we'll talk about next week. But you want to be a generalist in perspective to be able to navigate more situations in life without stress. So the first step to becoming self-disciplined
I
is to
believe
remove
this is 12
distractions.
hours.
Ask yourself, do you know why you're doing what you're doing? Have you asked yourself that question in the last month? Why are you going to school, working that job, building that business, doing that workout? Was it your choice, or was it a goal that was programmed into your head by your parents, friends, or culture? Audit your life for goals that you didn't know you were pursuing. Sit down with a notebook and write down every single thing that you are doing throughout the day and why you are doing it. If you don't have a good answer, that's a distraction. You are wasting emotional energy on other people's dreams so that you don't have enough for your own. Now, if you need help with clarity and just want something physical to write this down on, you can use my foci planner, which is in the link in the description. It's right here.
No good.
It's an actual physical planner. The second step to becoming
Okay,
self-disciplined is
Luna,
to
let's
view
see.
life as
This
a
is a
game.
12
Now,
ounce.
recently, I've been fascinated by the concept of
Mhm.
anti-goals. Anti-goals are not goals that you don't want to achieve. They are the sacrifices you are not willing to make to achieve a goal. As an example, if I want to build $1 billion company, what am I not willing to sacrifice to get there? Because most people who have these lofty goals don't really pay attention to what they sacrifice along the way. They're so focused and specialized on one specific goal that they neglect their health, their family, and most other areas of life just to achieve it, and then look back and be like, look at everything I destroyed, rather than look at everything that I built. Now, on the other hand, if you're smart, you understand that you can still achieve that goal and maintain or even build other aspects of your life. You don't have to lose your health in order to build a business. You don't have to lose your family in order to build a business. If you think that, then that's what's going to happen. But if
On
you
Amazon.
accept that that's the creative challenge that you have to take on to figure out, okay, how do I build this $1 billion company while still being able to maintain those things? That's what creates the game. That's what makes it fun. Because yes, it will take a lot more time and work to actually achieve that goal. But what else is there to do? The only choice, if you don't take on the creative challenge, is to let your life burn right in front of you because you didn't have the restraint or discipline to take on more responsibility in a wise way. Now that's the cool thing about anti-goals, is that they turn life into a game because they check all the boxes for the flow state. The first is challenge, a goal that is within reach and tests your skill. The second is skill. If your skill is too low for the challenge, you get anxious. If it is too high, you get bored, indicating that you need to choose a greater or lesser challenge rather than give up. That's important. If you are anxious, you're probably pursuing a goal that is too high. You need to identify a goal before that so that it becomes easier to achieve and easier to order your mind and focus on it. You may be projecting too far into the future. And if you're bored, you're either not pursuing a goal, or you're pursuing the wrong goal, or you've achieved a goal and you still haven't set another one. The third is clarity. A hierarchy of greater to lesser goals makes it easier to start moving towards your vision for the future. The fourth is feedback. You know exactly when you're making progress, and that feels good. You don't feel trapped in a cycle of repetitive tasks that lead to nowhere. The fifth is rules. Rules or boundaries frame how you perceive the world, and your mind has more space to notice information that aids in the achievement of your goals. When you turn your life into a game, you become obsessed with progress. There are quests, there are challenges, there are dungeons, there are other things, and depending on the level of the game that you're at, that's when on the map places become bright. You can see them, you can navigate them, you can go into them and discover what you didn't have before and what you didn't know existed there before. So if you aren't pursuing new goals in your life and being self-disciplined, you're closing yourself off to so much experience in life. Now, the third step for becoming self-disciplined is reinventing yourself. All change is behavior change. All behavior change is identity change. So, all change is identity change. Because you are what you repeatedly do. You are disciplined towards the goals in your head right now. It isn't difficult for you to watch Netflix all day, lay in bed, and just be lazy. For many high performers, that is the worst thing in the world. They would hate their lives if they lived that, and you think you're comfortable. For high performers, the pain of not achieving the goals that make them who they are would eat them alive because their identity is dying. There's physical death and then there's mental death. Your identity, when that changes, it hurts. When a part of it is threatened, it hurts. When your connection to something in the world or your attachment to something in the world gets threatened, like your video games being taken away or something being taken away from you, because that's mine. That's what I'm talking about here. When your lifestyle and goals are taken away from you or you're not able to achieve them, that should feel painful. And that's a good thing. So with that, your journey is going to be, you are letting your old self die off. You're letting your old beliefs and habits that are holding you back shed. So the first step is just awareness that it's going to be difficult to change. And the second step is reprogramming your mind to operate towards becoming a new identity. So throw yourself into a new environment that aligns with who you want to become. Drown your mind in ideas, information, and education that exposes you to new goals and ways to achieve those goals. And view every situation through the perspective of your ideal lifestyle and make decisions accordingly. Throw yourself into the deep end and teach yourself to swim. But most people won't take the leap out of fear, and that's why we need to talk about self-confidence rather than self-discipline. So let's talk about an unconventional path to becoming self-confident, because there is a lot of advice online on how to become self-confident. It's a very big issue, and clearly it is a global problem that hasn't been solved yet. I don't think my solution is the only solution, but I think it may provide you with some things to try outside of what normal people are telling you to do. The reason I say this is because when I started writing, it changed my life. And not just writing in a journal, which is extremely helpful, but writing in a public journal. Writing helped me become confident in my thoughts and life direction by being exposed to public criticism, forcing me to audit my beliefs, finding friends and connections with shared goals so I stopped feeling like an outcast, practicing a skill and seeing progress with it every single day, and failing often to keep me humble and give me new direction that I wouldn't have normally found. Now, obviously, writing is not the only way to self-confidence, but a lot of people get it wrong. And I'm speaking from experience here. I'm giving you writing advice from a writer.
I'm just gonna try it.
It may help you. It's worth a try. Most people think that writing is just a type of skill or a hobby. They don't see it as the one thing that makes us human. We are the only species that can pass down information by documenting knowledge with writing to help those who come after us avoid danger and evolve. Writing is why we make it so far as individuals and as a collective. We would literally not be here with all of this stuff surrounding us, with technology and any of that, if it weren't for writing and documented communication. Writing started as carvings in caves and have now become ideas on the internet. That's how writing has evolved. The carvings were barely seen, but with the internet, you have the ability to share your ideas in writing with thousands of people. Writing is the intersection of purpose and profit. Don't underestimate that power. Now, writing will make sense when we come back to it, but step one to becoming self-confident is to deconstruct your goals. You aren't confident because you haven't invested in your portfolio of failures.
Do a quick
Spent
print
too much
out.
time residing in the comfort of other people's path in your life. You failed to break free from the masses yourself, set your own goals, and achieve them regardless of how long it takes. You aren't confident because you don't have results in anything aside from what's already been done. Sit with your thoughts. What do you really want out of life? Is it the same boring path as everyone else? No. Then the only option is to pay attention to what you don't want in life by observing the actions of most people and where those lead. Do the opposite of everyone else if you want to achieve something more out of life. Think about your future and deconstruct it into goals you will have to achieve and the actions you will have to take. Educate yourself every single day with the material that will help you achieve those goals. And last, block out time for focused work to build out your vision for the future. Then, self-confidence comes from doing what you think is uncomfortable over and over again and realizing it wasn't that bad in the first place. Step number 2 to becoming self-confident is to start a business. Because if you truly think about what you want in life, starting a business is not optional. A business is the only thing that gives you control over your time so that you can do what you want. And even if you think you want a job, you're going to be destined to pursuing the goals that are for the rest of your life. Jobs are bad. Never said that.
No, it doesn't make sense. Why it's so big?
Job is a stepping stone.
Doesn't make any
Learn
sense.
those skills. That's again.
Yeah, I'm just doing this.
Survive.
So why?
Because you have to survive. The problem is when people become trapped in a job because it becomes
How much is the right dimension for
don't
this?
know how to escape. By that point, they're locked in with so many responsibilities, from family to bills to a mortgage, that they have no way out. And then they justify to themselves that that's what they wanted their entire life. So think about it. What do you really want? And is that really any different from what most people want? Because it's in their nature. You want autonomy, work you enjoy, and to have an impact on the world so you can fulfill your human need to be a valuable contribution to humanity. A business is not some capitalistic pursuit to own a private jet and mansion. A business is how you solve problems. A
That
business is how you
sucks.
build
Okay.
something of your own. A business is how you
My
contribute to
ruler.
humanity through value exchange. A business is how you take back control of your life. A business is how
figured
you
it
develop
out.
self-confidence and
Go figure this out.
expertise. Now, small plug, I probably shouldn't do this soon, but new course on par with 2 Hour Writer is called Mental Monetization. Link in the description if you want to learn how to monetize your creative work in the best way. Most people are programmed to have a negative reaction when they hear the word business. And this is one of the worst things that could happen to you, honestly, because you're just going to have that reaction until you realize how dumb that reaction was. It delays your time and perception from noticing money-making opportunities and actually acting on them. Because if you constantly think that the business and money are bad, then you aren't going to make any. And you're just setting yourself up for unnecessary suffering because you have all of these irrational thoughts as to what you think money is when it's just a piece of paper. It's neutral until put in the hands of good or evil. And if you are evil or you think money is evil, that's probably a projection of your internal state. So maybe you shouldn't have money. And maybe you should do some internal work first and then go after business. So when this happens, when you mislabel money and business, you go on to do one of the worst things of all. You hide from your desire to reach your potential, self-actualize, and self-transcend by demonizing anyone, anything that would compromise the comfort you don't even know you are addicted to. And you continue to be a cog in the machine of a business that is making money in potentially unethical ways. You don't want to start a business, but the only other option is to work for a business. You say that money in starting a business is superficial, but the thing that consumes most of your time is scrolling on surface level.
They asked me if I have any
Never go
dino
deep into any
templates.
kind of interest or
I
skill.
do actually
That's what
have
business is. You have to become an
something
expert at something and dive deep into it. It's the most deep pursuit you
Where'd
can
I
go
put
into.
it?
And then you need to pass that to
Dino.
others in exchange for
I
money.
put it somewhere.
Now, step 3 to become self-confident is to write in
designs.
public. Now, if you aren't a fan of writing, which
No.
I would heavily question,
Where's
it's probably
that
just a
one?
reaction in your head because everyone writes. You text your friends, you send emails. You're a writer, whether you think you are or not. That's just a base human function of yours. If you don't want to think about it like that, just think about communicating in public or communicating in general.
No.
Writing is a superpower. You can achieve your goals faster. You can attract like-minded people. You can start with zero experience, become comfortable with people seeing your ideas. And writing is the foundation of media. Everything you see online, from posts to videos to advertisements, start with writing. Media is where the attention is. And if you want to do anything worthwhile in life, you're either going to need money or attention to do so. So you need to go where the attention is. You can no longer rely on your boss to generate attention, attract customers, and assign you some measly work for a set amount of money to fulfill the product or service to those customers. You must do all of the above. Writing in public is the first step for beginners who don't have capital or experience to start a business. Writing is a zero barrier of entry skill that you can start today and start attracting people to your interests and the things you would eventually want to turn into a business. Choose 2 to 3 topics to write about, topics you want to learn about, build a name for yourself in, and turn into a meaningful career. Second, learn through observation. Watch what others in those topics are writing about, how they write about it, and why they say things the way they do. If you think, I could have wrote this, then write about it. You don't need permission on the idea. And if you don't know where to start, consider 2 Hour Writer, even though it's unnecessary. It's just a guide. It's a course. If you want to further your education, consider it. Otherwise, watch a lot of YouTube. Step 4 to becoming self-confident is to make
this is quite genius.
There is a concept called a mastermind. What that means is multiple minds working together to achieve a shared goal. In the past, you had to make connections in your local area to make your business a success, or you had to go to a prestigious school in your area and connect that way. Now you have access to anyone at the click of a button. Your success is no longer determined by your socioeconomic status and physical location. It is determined by who you are connected to and the opportunities they can pass off. How you find these connections, have a goal you want to achieve, attract people to that goal, starting a business with a mission to achieve that goal. How do you get in front of well-connected people? Writing in public to spread your ideas. What does this have to do with self-confidence again? Well, it's kind of obvious. If you don't push beyond your limits and fail and have a way to overcome that, then you're not going to become confident. If you don't have anything to fail at or get better at, How are you going to be confident? A goal, business, and writing in that order are how you continue to repeat this process to infinity. There are no limits except for the ones you place on yourself. You will eventually hit a ceiling in a job. Someone is in charge of the limits you can reach. If you aren't hopping on the evolution train, technology, AI, and the internet by opening up shop in virtual reality, the internet, and social media, they will make you obsolete.
Okay.
You make friends online by just showing up and talking. And that's just like you would at a party. Because on the internet, your social with your brand and ideas. And outside of the internet, you increase your status with cars, looks, and material acquisitions. And I feel like it's obvious which one leads to a better life. After 4 years of writing, I can message almost anyone online and get a response from them. I mean, Gordon Ramsay follows me. I have a lot of followers because I write on social media. When I say writing, that's what I mean. Go look at my Instagram, go look at my Twitter, look at my YouTube community page, look at the newsletters that get turned into YouTube videos. It's all writing. And now, with the social proof that I have based on my ideas, I can DM people, almost anyone. I probably DM John Cena tomorrow and get a response from him. Now, step 5 is to publish your work. To understand confidence, we must understand stories. Stories equal transformation. You aren't confident because you are trapped in someone else's story. You don't have a chance to transform into who you were meant to become. Have full control over your ability to escape the low point of the story, reach the climax, and have a happy resolution. The path out of a low point in your life is trial and error, the essence of life itself. Your first attempt at writing will suck. Your first attempt at launching a product will suck. Your first attempt at making friends will suck. So, if you learn to write and you learn to launch a product, which is the new course, Mental Monetization, you're going to fail. Like, that's just what you're going to do. But then you get back up and try again. Until it's right. This is a path where people can't just tell you exactly what to do. They can give you guidelines and be like, hey, here's how you actually flesh all these things out. It's up to you to do it. But in schools and jobs, it's like, hey, do this exactly this way, and you can be replaced. The reason 99% of people are cripplingly unconfident is because they unconsciously think and just become confident without doing anything that breeds a more stable form of confidence. Confidence is improvement. Publish your writing and be called an idiot. Publish your product and collect the negative feedback. Put yourself out there and let people expose your flaws. Only then, once you're aware of the problem, can you know what to improve. You can't improve what isn't published. So when I say published, I mean just built in reality. Not in your head, not little ideas that you're thinking about, but actually built. You can't improve if you aren't aware of the problem. Dying in your dark hole of comfort prevents you from both. The longer you decide to stay there, the longer it will take to develop confidence. You can watch this and do nothing with your life because you don't know enough to start, or you can finally take the leap and dedicate your life to learning and building rather than expecting everything to be given to you. That's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, book, planner, other things, link in the description. Check it out. See you next time. Bye.
I mean, pretty much that's what doesn't make sense.
You stop caring about others' opinions when you trust yourself with your future.
Doesn't make sense.
That is a lot to unpack.
No.
Lack of confidence is the one thing that plagues the potential of the majority of the population. They care too much about what others think. Let's say you want to start a business and the thoughts start to flood in. What will my parents think? What will my friends think? What will my spouse think? Will it be enough to replace my income? How long will it take? And don't even get me started on the thoughts that start coming when you actually start building the business. The reason people fail is they can't lift the emotional weights required to achieve the goals they set. For every thought of a better life, there are 100 negative thoughts beating you back down. And that's just about business. What about the other 60 to 80,000 thoughts that humans have on average every day? We have a lot on our plate. Will I come off as weird when I try to make new friends? Where will I end up in life if I don't get my debt under control? Did I feed the dog this morning? Imagine how terrible of a pet owner people will think I am if they found out. Developing self-confidence is no easy task. More information, more responsibilities, and more options for our future turns confidence into success and anxiety into failure. This is the modern environment that we live in. So how do we start to cultivate that self-trust that leads to self-confidence? The 4 pillars of self-confidence. First is perspective, so you realize that nobody is special. The second is perception, so you can act on opportunities. The third is practice, so you don't shy away from challenge. And the fourth is authenticity, so you don't conform to others' opinions. When most people wonder how they can start to become more confident, they're reminded
She
of the
wants
simplistic advice: confidence equals
upload.
competence. So the learn and learn, never act, never self reflect, and never actually develop confidence as a skill in any situation. This is the most common outcome. There is depth behind that simple statement that people can't see. So we must seek to understand that statement, because clearly confidence equals competence as general advice has not fixed the biggest problem in the world, but it has made it worse. So pillar one is perspective. When you enter a new situation where you don't feel confident, anxiety shoots through the roof. This closes your mind to
Oh,
everything but your thoughts. They multiply, completely retract from the situation and become a slave to your past. You focus too much on the experiences you've had before, pull those feelings into the present moment, and you remain the same person by not breaking that cycle. You have to snap out of this and make a conscious effort to reprogram your way of habitually acting to
you
situations.
want
To
this
do
one?
this, when you enter a situation and anxiety sparks, pause. Zoom out to see the situation for what it is. It's just a normal situation. Transfer consciousness to those in the situation with you. Transferring consciousness is adopting another person's perspective, because most people are just living the same experience as us. Billionaires are people with the same problems. Fitness models are people with the same problems. Any person you mentally place above you has the same problems. The one thing that will make them react in a negative way to you is treating them as if they aren't a normal person just like you. And so when you come off with a lack of confidence in a situation to other people, you're not getting a negative reaction because you're overly confident or you're good at being yourself. It's because of the opposite. They can sense that something is off and that you are unconfident, or that you're projecting into this imaginary future of where that situation will lead. And remember that this is a habit you are forming, is pausing, zooming out, and gaining perspective. It will take practice and repetition in real life. This one video isn't going to fix it immediately for you. And you cannot advance to the other pillars that we're going to talk about without first trying to adopt this as a habit. So pillar number 2 is perception. How you perceive situations determines how you act. This requires that you shift to an open-minded state before and maintain it during the situation. If you're scrolling social media and don't perceive a business owner's tweet as an opportunity to reach out, you won't reach out. And you won't make money if you don't land him as a client. That's in the case of like freelance. If you do see it as an opportunity, you still may botch the message or not send one at all because you misperceive that individual. The same goes for making new friends and engaging in new situations. And perception goes two ways here, right? People, you have to be able to see beyond how people present themselves or how they are holding themselves. Like as an example, at the apartment complex here, when I first moved in, well, first off, I'm just very stoic to begin with. I'm very like straight. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If I'm going outside to go on a walk, I'm going outside to go on a walk. And so when I was passing by people and I just was beelining, and as I passed them and they're like, hi, and I was just like, oh, hey, what's up? And then like kept walking. But after talking to that person later, meeting them like after, they would always mention that I'm very like intimidating. Like they don't want to say anything because they feel like I'm so focused on something. But in my mind, if people say hi, I'm perfectly fine with it. I'll stop and I'll have a conversation and I'll be upbeat and happy about it. But you have to be able to perceive the situation in a sense where you can act regardless of how the other person is going to respond to
Okay.
it. And you need to
I'm gonna
understand
need
that most people
to.
are going to respond positively to you
Let me just try this
interacting
real
with them.
quick.
And this is what I mean by perception goes two ways here, where if you do not present yourself in a way that is either welcoming
Seems like
or
so much
getting
space on
across the
that
vibe
side.
you want to get across, this is why how you look going to the gym, wearing clothes that fit you, and et cetera, that's going to determine how people
Wait,
perceive you. So when you perceive the situation to go in and act, that you don't look like a total creep that doesn't have any control over their
is
lives. You
that
have to be
right?
someone they actually want to talk
2000.
to. So pillar number 3 is practice. How good you are at something allows you to perceive situations better. Think of skill acquisition as a way to increase your level of engagement with life. In video game, there are skill trees. As you play the game, you choose skills to help you play how you want. As you practice those skills, you
Mm.
increase your experience and
Oh,
new skills become available to you. The key point here is that you are
oh,
not able to
I don't know what
access
it
other
meant.
skills until you practice the ones available to you.
What?
You don't have the awareness of profitable
Three
opportunities because
plus
you
four
don't have
seven
the
five.
skill to recognize, choose, and act on them. Because
Why?
if you're entering a social situation and you don't have the social skills, one, you're going to have to practice at your level and work your way up. But at the same time, when you are more social and when you have more experience there and when you've overcame that initial beginner's hell hump, then you're able to perceive the situation for what it is because you've experienced that situation so many times before and you know how to inject yourself into it in a confident manner. So as you move towards your goals that relate to confidence, whether it be starting a business, just going to the gym, talking to a new person, getting a new friend, it will require that you educate yourself as you are pursuing those goals. You need to have information coming in through the filter of you achieving those goals. Like, I don't know how to explain it aside from just pattern recognition in the brain, where if I'm trying to talk to new people and I'm listening to audiobooks or anything on social skills, then I have something fresh in my mind to experiment with and practice with. The same goes with going to the gym and every single habit you have in your life. Every single thing I do that I believe every single person should do pertaining to their body and the things that they have ownership over, like going to the gym, starting a business, developing a skill set or mindset, and cultivating good relationships in your life, you should have a rotation of information. You shouldn't even consider reading or consuming anything that doesn't contribute to those goals. Now, of course, entertainment is another thing. If you want to go and watch Netflix to like wind down during the night, that's perfectly fine. What I'm saying is that like in the morning, rather than distracting yourself and scrolling on your phone all day, you should have information going into your mind that you need to have inputs that contribute to the outputs that you want to do on a daily basis. The reason I'm so far ahead in many areas of my life is that I never stop learning about the gym. I haven't reached a point where I know everything. At least once a day, I'm listening to a 10, 20-minute YouTube video on fitness and business and mindset and spirituality and philosophy, all mixed, not every day. You get what I'm saying? There's constant flow of energy week by week going into me that I can use to experiment with and get better results on my goals. This isn't really optional. This is the main thing that I see people failing with, is that they pursue something, they achieve a goal, they're starting to maintain it like a nice body, but then it just becomes repetitive and mundane. You have nothing new to experiment with. You have no good dopamine going into your head because you've stopped learning. And so with this, with your current skill, what you know and what you've learned about, you have to play at your level. You have to get results at that specific level until you can get to the next level. So the best way that I can illustrate this is in business. As your level increases, you will
Why
fill
did
your
we
tool
just
belt
have
with skills
oh
that allow you to view the plane you are on, which is more vast than the lower level you were at. My first successful endeavor was freelance web design, a single skill that is available for anyone to learn. Lots of competition and battling for high prices. I knew that if I wanted to do something more profitable, like funnels for service businesses, I would have to learn skills like marketing, copywriting, and buyer's journey to do that well. Then, when I pursued the level of a creator, so after freelance web design and funnels for service businesses, I went
God,
into
this is
marketing
tiring.
consulting and becoming a creator. I needed to combine what I knew and add skills like content writing. I needed to add all of the skills that I teach into our writer, the ones that actually get businesses results, because a creator is a full stack business. If you can build a creator business, you're going to have to learn all of the skills that transfer over into helping others build theirs. This is why I recommend building a creator business or just a personal brand and displaying your character in the virtual reality and contributing to virtual
I keep
humanity
forgetting to
is
sit up.
because
My
you can
fiddle
learn
keeps
web design,
reminding me.
graphic design, copywriting, content writing, branding. Literally every skill that makes a business successful is going to be necessary for you to understand from the big picture to make your personal brand successful. And once you actually get results, if you don't already have a product that you want to create to monetize because you have all the knowledge to do so, you can go and work for another business as a freelancer and make 10 times more money than the person who's just like, oh, I want to learn web design as a skill and target this person and send a bunch of
So
cold emails to them.
many.
You don't have any experience. You're going to lose from the start because you're not practicing on building your own business and getting results. So pillar number 4 is authenticity. Authenticity is doing what you want without interference from external thoughts, opinions, and beliefs that you feel the need to conform to. One example is
I
that
don't
just
understand
me
this.
cursing
Yes.
occasionally in videos, right? Where I'll get a comment that it's like, you shouldn't say that, that's unprofessional, that's ungodly. And I don't believe that at all. I've zoomed out. I was raised heavily religious, and it was forced on me, hey, do not say these words. And so when I questioned it and I researched and I actually thought for myself, I realized this isn't bad in any remote sense. If people get turned off by one word because they have so many connotations attached to it, it's just a word. If you get turned off and don't want to watch, please do so. Leave. Fucking leave. Because I don't care to be professional. I don't care to be offended by words that every single person interprets in a different way. Confidence through authenticity is a mental game. You must play it daily. You must pause, gain perspective, perceive the situation. It's the skill the situation requires. Authenticity is how you implement the 4 pillars of self-confidence. So now, how do we get to self-confidence? We need a path, and I want to present an unconventional one. The secret to self-confidence is to become a fountainhead of value through education and creation. You don't have to question your worth when you have public proof. Entrepreneurship is in your nature to pursue new challenges, never settle, expand your perspective through skill
I'm gonna
acquisition,
look for
and
design
give
instead
feedback
because
on
our
if
design
you are
suck.
actually contributing to society
Ooh,
in the form
look
of
at
money.
that.
Entrepreneurship is creation, and being a creator
Look
is
how
the act of
colorful that
channeling
is.
the divine through your human edge. You don't want to get stuck in a situation where challenge ceases to exist. Like a monkey in a cubicle, your psyche will suffer, and you will wonder
Aw,
why
just
your
like the
life isn't
lost
fulfilling, even
unicorn.
if you are a
So
top
this would be
1%
so
earner.
cute.
Personal
That
growth
one.
is a gateway drug into business growth, and business growth is the unconventional path to self-confidence. I combine the two in digital economics so you can improve yourself, productize yourself, and earn from being yourself. A natural progression. So, why is business growth or entrepreneurship or
Oh yeah, I
being a
forgot.
creator or just
Supposed to check
providing
the
value? Because that's all those things are, is providing value and receiving the value that you want in the form
make
of
my
money.
life easy, please.
How does that develop self-confidence? First is it demands that you evolve or die. Most people die at 25. They get their job, they get their spouse, they get their house, they get their car.
because I
They
need
get
to get the
exactly what
sizing
society
correct.
wants from them. Someone who is comfortable, docile, and of little threat to their system they are trying to survive. Life is ever flowing, ever evolving, and if you choose to obstruct that flow by settling for a subpar life, you're dead. Death is symbolic, and all understanding is metaphorical. If life is growth, and growth requires new, death is the death of new ideas, potentials, projects, and practices. If you want to survive in a world that never stops changing, entrepreneurship ensures that you don't. If you persist until success, that is. Reason number 2 is that it forces you to become an expert in your industry. If you have subpar understanding, you will get subpar results. Understanding is different from knowledge. Understanding is the upward motion of expanding consciousness. Meditation is the downward motion of expanding consciousness. Most mystics and spiritual teachers forget this balance. It's not creativity or productivity. It's not monk or warrior. It's not peace or progress. It's not being or doing. It's both. It's life. The duality collapses into one. If you stack theory without practice, you will fail in this business. You need both daily education and execution, not one or the other. Reason number 3 is it demands you get results for yourself and your customers. If you don't get results, you aren't valuable. Simple as that. If you aren't getting results, that isn't a sign to quit. It's a sign to improve. True value requires development over time. Entrepreneurship is how you ensure that you develop yourself into a valuable asset in reality. Reason number 4 is that it demands that you suck at what you're doing so that you can improve. It is foolish to think that you will not suck at almost everything at the start. This is what keeps most people from acting on their dreams. Once you overcome the first hump, you snowball into a season of pure progress. Reason number 5 is that it demands that you change your work, rest, and play habits. You cannot reach level 2 with the character that got you to level 1. Growth requires change, and that's why most people settle early. Reason number 6 is that it demands a skill set with a psychology base so you understand your mind, therefore the minds of other people, because this is all that business is you communicating with other people the value that you have to offer and them giving you something in return. Marketing, sales, writing, and speaking are the backbone of business success. That will be in the next video. I'm redoing the $1 Million Skill Stack video. In today's world, wealth is generated through code and content. Code is the back end of the internet. Content is the front end. Combine both and you have people and a product. Send people to product and you have profit. You can learn to code, which is incredibly valuable,
Oh,
but unless that is a passion of yours, you're better off learning content. You can build using what the coders build, like website builders, social media platforms, and everything else on the internet to distribute your content. Content requires self-understanding. You must capture attention, hold attention, and deliver value to that attention. So, business is the unconventional path to self-confidence. And there are so many different business models, so many different ways of going about this. And so I like to go over the one that worked for me, the one that I feel like applies to a lot of people that just want to turn their interests into income, and people that don't want to stick to a status niche. They want to be the niche. They want to display themselves and earn a living doing what they enjoy. That is more than possible with the internet nowadays. So let's go over a potential progression for self-improvers. Build your mind with books, self-reflection, and writing. Build your body with the gym, long walks, and nutrient-dense foods. Build your business with skill acquisition, problem solving, and self-promotion. Becoming multi-dimensionally jacked is the path to the good life. That was an older tweet of mine. I feel like it was pretty fitting. I'm going to make a video on that as well. Becoming multi-dimensionally jacked. The anxiety trap is dangerous when you attempt to become more confident. You get anxious approaching new people. You get anxious about the change required to build a business.
Right now.
You feel it. Pause. No, seriously. This is going to take a conscious effort. Pause. Zoom out. Reframe your mind. The cure to anxiety is curiosity. That's it. That's the reframe. When you're anxious about starting a business, you're projecting so far into the future that clarity is near impossible. Your mind cannot put order to the chaotic situation you are in. Bring your attention back to what you can do right now. Get curious about what you can start learning, then learn it. When you're in a social situation, stop imagining every little detail about the future with that person. Focus your attention on them right in front of you. What is something that catches your eye? Ask them about it. Here's how you can leverage curiosity more to build momentum into a profitable business with self-confidence as a byproduct. Step one is, of course, as always, to start with writing. As you guys know, or if you are new here, I'm not a fan of like methods and tactics. I'm a fan of principles. Writing, speaking, marketing, and sales are absolute principles that you will have to learn no matter which business model you go into. I don't care if you are super interested in email marketing, that's writing. I don't care if you're super interested in advertising, that's writing. I don't care if you're super interested in YouTube, the script is writing. Writing is the most valuable skill, especially when paired with marketing and sales. When you aren't confident, writing is your best bet. And it's the foundation of any and all content. Tweets, ads, videos, reels, etc. all start with writing the actual post or script. And it feels weird because I won't be able to say tweets anymore, but I kind of built my entire business on Twitter. So X, if you're up to date, I feel like everyone is, but X is the new wave. I have high hopes for it. I'm still going to be on there. Everything still applies based on what I talk about. If you watch any of my previous videos on me talking about Twitter, it transfers over to any platform. Writing allows you to flex your intelligence while everyone else competes for looks. You don't have to show your body, or even your face for that matter. Orange Book on X or Twitter is one of my favorite anonymous writers. Go follow him. Just look up Orange Book. It's like @orangebook_. He's definitely one of the people that I like to emulate when it comes to my voice, right? Because he also writes very stoic, or that's the way that I think about it. Very like pithy, very philosophical. He isn't one of the only ones that I emulate or try to be like, but he's one that has kind of nailed that tone, and I really like that. To become a good writer, you will need to understand psychology to structure a message that captures, holds, and spreads attention. To understand psychology, study marketing and sales. That's how you learn to apply your psychological understanding in the real world. If I were to give you a path, here's how to start writing. 1 is choose a topic you're interested in making your full-time gig. 2 is to block out 30 minutes to learn about marketing, sales, or your interests. 3 is do not skip a day of learning. Watch videos, podcasts, read books, and content. 4 is to take notes on the ideas that stick out to you. 5 is start on Twitter or X or Threads and start posting your ideas. 6 is to study social media as a skill so you can grow. I teach all of this in 2 Hour Writer. In the course of 3 to 6 months, if you actually try to grow your account, you should gain a decent amount of followers, at least enough to give you the confidence that you can make it a full-time business. Because even if, let's say in 3 months you gain 500 followers, you gain 500 followers. If you could repeat that and improve that, then how do you see yourself failing? If you can gain one follower, you can gain 1 million. You just have to learn how to replicate that process and make it more efficient. Once you have enough readers, you can create a product or service to monetize your writing. The marketing and sales knowledge will compound at this moment. So step number 2 is to branch into speaking. Most people don't know this, but the first platform that I branched out to was not something like Instagram or LinkedIn. It was podcasting. I grew on Twitter, grew to like 50,000 followers. And then at that point, I started a podcast. But why? It helped me meet high level people and get offered more opportunities. You don't need video editing skills. It is an easy progression from writing. It forces you to identify your blind spots in communicating with other people. I didn't use a podcast to monetize or become famous because one, that's incredibly rare with podcasting, especially since I was just starting out, and I would have had to make the podcast the main thing that I wanted to be known for if that was the case. But I used it to get people that I wanted to talk to and ask questions to on a call, and that made them closer to me. As an example, I wanted to talk to Justin Welsh, and so we got on a podcast, we talked, I uploaded it to YouTube, people loved it, and it actually gave me an angle for my content that led to me gaining 150,000 subscribers on YouTube in however much time. If I wanted to, I could reach out to higher and higher level people to get them on the podcast, and then I'm connected with them, and they will help me grow in whatever manner I need. The difference between a 500 follower account and a 500,000 follower account isn't necessarily their followers. Yes, that's a big difference, but it's the connections that they have. For that 500,000 follower account, they probably met 50 to 100 high level people that you will never, ever, ever meet in your real life. You have access to so many more opportunities that consumers don't see because it's behind the scenes. You're talking to people over text. You have such a wide network of people with diverse skill sets that you can never fail once you reach a certain point. So step number 3, after writing, growing an audience, and then branching into speaking, nurturing the audience, is to create a product or service. Because by now you're growing an audience, you have people. Well, hopefully. If you don't, you need to zoom out and realize it's a skill issue. You need a big picture understanding of social media to get eyes on good content however you can. Money requires people and a product. Product can also include services here. It is what you sell to people you've attracted. This is the only way to make money. You can aim to be one of the select few that lives off of ad revenue generated from the social media platform alone, but you will be a slave to the algorithm. Creating your own product or service is how you take control of your income. Social media as a skill becomes a faucet that you can turn on whenever you want to make more money. You know how to attract people and you have a product that sells. There's a lot that goes into both. You will need to improve at both. I've written about this extensively. So a few videos that you can watch is an overview of the one-person business model.
That's
So
the
there's
one
the
file
one-person
I
business
bought.
model and the one-person business model 2.0. The best way to create an offer as a beginner, where I talk about the minimum viable offer, that's found in the best business model to start in 2023 to make $1 million or something like that. It's got me in the thumbnail, like looking like this or something. And then the last one, how to create a product. So you have $100,000 trapped in your head, or $100,000 in your head. I don't know. Because the reason building a product or service helps with confidence is that you will suck at first. This is the case for literally anything else you do. Don't see it as scary just because business seems foreign to you. You get direct feedback on what can be improved. People can be brutal, but most are nice. If you want to actually make money, you need to actually provide value. If you aren't continuing to grow your audience or money, maybe start thinking about how valuable you really are. That is it for this video, my friends. Thank you for watching. You can check the links in the description for Digital Economics, which is a masterclass on how to productize yourself or turn yourself into a business. And then there's also a 2-hour writer, which is how you learn high impact digital writing.
Yay,
So
we
you
found
can
something.
really write for anything. It's not exclusive to social media,
It's cute.
but you can
Yes.
grow on social media. You can just write better. You can monetize your interests. That's what writing allows you to do. And it forms the foundation of any other skill and allows you to learn it easier. And of course, there's 7 Days to Genius, Power Planner, other free stuff down there that will help you have better
Yes,
ideas,
okay.
take better notes, plan your life,
This is way
etc.,
better.
etc. Check
Okay.
them out. I'll see you in the next video.
Just leave it, the design, to the expert. This one is called Atling Unicorn.
Most people, even though they don't know it, are asleep. They're born asleep, they live asleep, they marry in their sleep, they breed children in their sleep, They die in their sleep without
Let's
ever waking
see.
up.
It
They never
came.
understand the
This one?
loveliness and the beauty of this thing that
Oh
we call
no.
human
I think
existence.
it was this one.
People
She
are
wanted this
living on
one.
autopilot. They were assigned goals to them by society when they were children. Goals require a system to be achieved, and a system takes trial and error to become more efficient. You had the biological goals of walking,
Oh,
talking, and speaking to
why
survive.
did she
As
do
simple as
this?
these are for you now, that wasn't always the case. Your mind would receive negative feedback from its environment, like your parents scolding you or just guiding you in the right direction and teaching you how to walk and showing you how to do things by doing it themselves. This would lead to those systems in your mind becoming more efficient with time to achieve that biological goal. You started crawling, then stumbling around, then walking like a toddler with little balance, and now you can hopefully walk like an Olympic gold medalist, can flip through the air and stick the landing because they practiced achieving that goal long enough. What about the goals of going to school, getting a job, and retiring at an old age when you don't really have much time to actually use the rewards that you got from retirement? Society is a behavior
Oh,
system, and those are three big goals that they injected into your mind right when you learn to comprehend the language you speak. Those three big goals are go to school, get a job, retire at whatever age you can. 99% of people are only interpreting everyday situations from the lens of those goals. 99% of people are practicing the skills and programming their minds to live a mediocre life without even knowing it. The masses are being shepherded to an unfulfilling life because the systems that compose their mind, identity, perspective, and perception are becoming more efficient as they age. A realization that most people
okay.
make
Buy
too late
this.
is that success is not
Place
planned.
an
It is
order.
automatic. Successful people, whether they were aware of it or not, had a mind that was programmed to achieve the goals that led to their success. Think of your mind as a structure of nested systems. Your identity, perspective, and
It's
perception of
just
situations are all systems that feed
different.
into and reinforce each other in that order. I am here to make you conscious of the systems that will lead to success in any endeavor. So there was a common saying going around, thanks to James
Let
Clear's book,
me send her a
Atomic Habits,
picture.
that systems are greater than goals. And people took this literally and started just preaching that like all over the internet. And like if you're in the right
System
places
better
of
than
the internet,
goals.
you'll see people say that, like the self-improvement parts of the internet where systems are greater than goals. But that doesn't really make sense because one, systems can't exist without goals. Like a system leads to a goal. So let's break that down. If you don't know what you want, you will be told what you want and you will believe it. 80% of living the life you want boils down to creating your own goals, while most people are mindless slaves to society's goals. Goals change how you interpret situations, which influences your actions, which programs your identity, which compounds over years into the good life. You can't solve a problem unless you're aware of it. You can't become aware of a problem unless it impacts a goal. Most people don't have goals. Most people are afraid to make mistakes, and most
Here
people
it is.
don't give themselves a chance to improve any aspect of their life. If you aren't clear on what you want,
What?
you can't communicate what you want to others. And this sets you up for a life of assumptions, expectations, and never getting what you want out of life. Nobody can help you, and you can't help yourself because, one, you don't know what you want, so you can't start making the mistakes that lead to
I don't
achieving
like
what you
this.
want and figuring out what you
I need
don't
her
want and
name on
using
this
that
side
negative
only.
feedback to correct your own actions with
So
time.
that
And people
means
can't
to
help
keep
you because you
myself
can't find people with similar
less
goals and
issues. So
observe
let's
them
go
and
back
study their
to
actions and reach out to them and build a friendship with
Photoshop.
them in a network that allows you to reach those goals faster. So instead, you have the goals in your mind of go to school, get a job, marry this person, watch Netflix every night, order junk food all the time. You don't have the opposite goals like building your mind, body, spirit, and business that allows you to actually spot opportunities within that domain. And another thing here is that if you don't invest energy into a goal, you won't feel the pain of not reaching that goal. An example of this would be something like alcohol, where if you don't have the goal of getting into good shape, or at least it's not a serious goal on your mind, something that shapes all of your other actions, then drinking alcohol and you won't be able to see the impact it has on your gains or
I'm gonna leave
your
early
body or
tomorrow.
your physique or your energy. Another example is just starting a business. If you haven't invested the energy or made progress toward the goal of
Open
starting a business
file.
and you can't realize that
Noodle.
alcohol is holding you back from achieving that, you aren't going to feel the pain of not achieving that goal.
I love
Or if you
noodles.
want a thriving relationship and it is actually a top of mind goal, that's the thing here. If it's actually an important and serious goal to you, not just one where it's like, oh, that sounds nice, it has to be a part of your identity, who you are. Where if you want that thriving relationship and watching Netflix and eating junk food, et cetera, you don't realize what composes a thriving relationship with good communication, which alcohol destroys, mindless entertainment destroys, junk food destroys, it lowers your performance. You don't have the awareness or the knowledge of what
What am I
leads to
doing?
something good, so that your
Oh.
bad habits don't seem bad because you don't know
Hmm.
how much progress you can make. So my point here is this. Most don't have a clear vision of what they want from that goal, so the negative impact of
Oh.
their actions goes unnoticed. Your
How
bad
can I do
habits
that?
don't seem worth quitting because you don't have responsibilities or prioritize those responsibilities that deserve you at 100% capacity. Another example is
Put
just
in
like
here.
what you're
It's
okay
stuck.
with, your standards in life or business. If you're okay with being with a partner or being in a job
Damn
that is
it.
just comfortable and you don't know what's more, you're kind of using it as an excuse to stay the same so you don't have to improve. You're not pursuing something better than you. You're not pursuing a partner that is better than you in other areas of your life so that you have to change who you are to act. Instead, you settle so that you don't have to improve, and instead you digress and you go deeper and deeper into a hole of mediocrity. If the importance of those responsibilities outweighed the pleasure of your bad habits, you'd stop without question. Goals are intertwined with identity, and humans survive on the conceptual level. We feel threatened when that which makes us us is threatened. A bodybuilder will feel stress and pain when they're in an environment where they can't perform the normal lever moving actions that would lead to them achieving their goals. If they can't go to the gym because they're traveling, or they can't eat healthy food because they're in a different location, they can't buy groceries, they don't have a way of cooking it, they feel threatened. You feel the stress response because a part of you is going to die. This isn't about physical survival. It is, but it's about taking care of your physical body and surviving so that your mental form of self can continue to exist. A routine is a set of practical goals that orders the mind. A writer who moves to a new location or travels for an extended period of time will have a stressful acclimation period until their mind runs on new systems. If they can't write well in their normal routine, they feel threatened because who they are may die. And I discuss the importance of routines, even if you think you don't need one, or if you think that you don't have one, in the video, The Daily Routine That Changed My Life for Focus Habits. Because the general misunderstanding here is that you either have a goal or you don't. Your mind is a web of conscious and unconscious goals with accompanying systems to achieve them. You had biological goals as a child to walk, eat, and survive. It's seamless for most people because they practiced. The system is efficient. You may have cultural goals depending on how you were raised of fitting in and following the safe path according to that culture. If you were to condition your mind with new stimuli, constant self-education, to the point of having an identity that couldn't survive without achieving new goals, you would inevitably achieve whatever they are with ease.
How are we
If
gonna
you
do
want a
this?
successful business, relationship, or
How
anything
can
that
I
is out of
make
the
that
norm, you
in
must
there?
fundamentally change the goals your mind operates on by changing who you are.
I do
To
like
change who
that.
you
It's just
are,
gonna
you
be like
must
that.
educate, practice, and experience new information to reprogram your mind's faulty wiring that was installed by society. Now, let's talk about how the mind is a
How
system
can you
that
do
helps you
that?
achieve
How
your
can we
goals.
make
The
that over
reason you
there?
haven't achieved a goal is that you aren't the
Oh, wait.
person that
Hold
would have
on.
achieved the
Let me
goal.
think.
So here's a quote from Maxwell Maltz. Man is by nature a goal-striving being,
Can I do
and
that?
because man is built that way, he is not happy unless he is functioning as he was made to
Control.
function, as a goal striver.
Okay.
Thus, true
I don't
success and
know
true
if I can do
happiness not
this.
only go together, but each enhances the other. So that quote from Psycho-Cybernetics matches up quite well with this one from Flow. The optimal state of
Anemone
inner
over here.
experience is one in which there is order in consciousness.
Yes, I
This
like
happens when psychic
this.
energy or
We
attention is invested in realistic
and
goals
now
and when
do
skills match the opportunities for action. The pursuit of a
random
goal brings
image.
order and awareness because a person must concentrate attention
Oh,
on the task at hand
oh,
and momentarily
come on.
forget everything else. Humans are goal-oriented creatures, and goals create systems. Systems don't
Save
exist without
as.
goals. The mind has two key purposes for survival. One is achieving known goals, and two is discovering unknown goals. The mind is an information processing and pattern recognition machine that we have a certain amount of control over based on our level of consciousness. The mind is a system containing a complex set of systems that accepts, rejects, and uses information to aid in the goals you feed it. If you're always focused on negative outcomes, they will become reality because the outcomes are the goals that your mind is helping you achieve. And in this case, you'll blame everyone else but yourself for your misfortune in life. The man who conceives himself to be a failure type person will find some way to fail, in spite of all of his good intentions, even if opportunity is dumped in his lap. The person who conceives himself to be a victim of injustice, one who was meant to suffer, will invariably find circumstances to verify his opinions. That's another quote by Maxwell Waltz. In other words, if you think you can, you can. And if you think you can't, you can't. But thinking and believing that is a part of your identity. Your identity is what accepts or rejects information that allows your mind to form these systems. So, at the root of your mind is your identity, like a puppet master. Identity is synonymous with self-image or personality for the sake of this video. Your identity is a system of ideas, beliefs, values, and standards that shape your perspective. Your perspective is like the lens of a camera. You can zoom in and out. You can focus on one part of the scene while the background is blurred, or focus on the detail of the entirety of the scene. Your perspective influences your perception of situations, meaning your identity will limit the information it can perceive, and if it receives information that does not match its beliefs, values, or standards, it will reject it. Your mind automatically accepts and rejects information that aids in the achievement of the goals that are programmed into your head. If you want to get a job, or your goal is to get a job, dopamine will signal the importance of opportunities and information that will lead to you getting a job. What you highlight in books will reflect that goal. What you take away from conversations will reflect that goal. And remember that your mind is not only operating on one goal, it's a plethora of goals. But let's say one for the sake of getting a job. If you have that as a goal in your mind, you will extract information from your everyday situations that programs and conditions your mind to achieve that goal. And this is the same thing for what you engage with on social media will reflect that goal. If you have a job and you don't have a goal for something better in your life or improving your life, then you're just going to be stuck scrolling memes all day. And if you do have a goal, like getting a promotion or starting a business, and you're investing energy in that goal already, then you scrolling and not making progress on that goal is going to feel painful for you, and you're eventually going to have to stop because that's negative feedback now in your system rather than positive feedback, which is helping reinforce your mind to stay in the job. If that's your goal, is to stay in the job and just live a comfortable life, if that's your goal, then you're not going to feel pain from scrolling social media all day. But the person that wants to improve their life and isn't making progress towards it, they're going to perceive that in a different manner. And nature's compass, trial and error, negative feedback from the information that you're consuming is going to lead to them changing their actions over time to eventually achieving the goal. And this gets like 10 times worse with social media because the algorithm, it feeds you what you want. It helps you achieve your goals even more. So if your goal is mediocrity, then it's going to feed you all this shit. It's going to feed you the naked women or dudes if you're a girl scrolling that on social media and you really like it for some reason. Or it's going to feed you just memes and entertainment, and you're going to get trapped in this cycle. Like the conditioning process compounds. And this is why 99% of people just aren't heading towards a good life. So let's say you want to quit your job and start a business. Dopamine will do the same thing. It will narrow your focus on the information from conversation, social media, books that allow you to achieve that goal. And you're going to store that information because it aids in the survival of the identity that you're trying to create, because you survive on a conceptual level. And what I mean by survival is when our ancestors would pass by a bush, I use this example all the time, is when they would pass by a bush and it was bare, they just wouldn't notice anything. But then it had new berries, they would notice that. But if those berries, like if they had no use for those berries, they still wouldn't notice it. But since they do, because it aids in their survival, they will note that in their mind, and they will come back to it when they actually need it, or they'll just pick the berries right there and store it for later. And when you do this, like when you're trying to get out of your job or go into a business, and that's actually like a potent goal in your mind, and you've invested some energy into it. So the sunken cost fallacy comes into play, where I've invested this much time, I might as well just try to achieve the goal. So your Google searches will change to best careers to go into in 2024 to best business models to start in 2024. Or you'll be more compelled to check out 2-Hour Writer or Digital Economics, which are my courses, for starting a synthesizer business in whatever year you want to do it in. They're evergreen principles. With or without knowing it, we are all reinforcing our potentially mediocre identity that determines the outcome of our lives. For most people, this will be negative. If you want to change the outcome of your life, change who you are. If you want to change who you are, change the direction of your life. Expose yourself to new experiences, environments, and information to allow your mind a chance to discover new goals you can adopt that will carry you toward a better future. So now we understand the importance of goals, the absolute, unignorable importance of goals. They are fucking important. They are everything. They create your entire life. So we need to talk about the mastery method, which is how to learn anything fast, or how to master anything fast. In other words, how to achieve your goals in record time. The only people who have the choice to take a rare path that breeds rare results are the self-educators. It's safe to say that you're going to have to learn a lot on this path. Education expands your mind. It introduces you to novel perspectives. It increases dopamine in the brain as a consistent source of energy. It gives you the knowledge to act with clarity toward your goals. It exposes you to the potentials that you hadn't yet become aware of. A consistent flow of education increases your chances at encountering meaningful events. Meaningful events occur at the edge of the known, when your nervous system signals that you should pay attention. When you have one foot in the unknown, you can just barely metabolize new aspects of reality and put that information to use. Becoming the person you want to be is the most painful and rewarding process you can dedicate your life to. You begin this path when you realize that the pain and pleasure of where you are now are of lesser magnitude than the pain of not receiving the rewards that come from seeing what you are capable of. That's a mouthful, but it's powerful. With that, let's discuss how you can master almost anything as you trek towards your goals. Step 1 is to expand your mind. All real change is identity change. Your level of mind dictates what values, beliefs, and standards are available to your identity. You don't care about global problems because you haven't solved the personal problems that restrict your mind from seeing them as important. The purpose of humanity is to expand your mind to that of the universe. What I mean by that is what I talk about in my book, The Art of Focus, where you can learn to adopt the perspective of the universe to zoom out and see situations for what they are, rather than getting caught up in the petty technical details that cause your emotional waves to go crazy, like a storm. So instead, you use the perspective of your ideal self. Like, this is the whole, like, what would Jesus do thing that has a lot of wisdom, but more so, what would the universe do? Like, how would it perceive the situation? And to bridge the gap between you and the universe is the perspective of your ideal self. This is where the symbol from my book comes into play. It's you, the perspective of your ideal self, and then the perspective of the universe. So when you're going about situations, adopt the perspective of your ideal future, your ideal self, what you want out of life, the goals associated with that, which we're going to break down. That way, you can perceive situations from a better lens and make a better choice, because you aren't so narrowed in on right here and right now and just choosing comfort time after time. You must allow yourself the room to discover new goals by tossing an anchor into the unknown. So create a massive goal that acts as a spotlight in the unknown. And you don't set this massive goal for practicality or achievement. You're not trying to necessarily achieve this goal. You set it for vision, direction, and filtration of opportunities. Focus on making this as desirable as possible. Please use a notebook and write these down. And or when it's available, you can just use this process by using the Foci Planner, which is the new planner that came out with the book. It may or may not be available yet, but you can check the link in the description or go to thedanco.store. If you had all the money in the world, what would your average day look like? What kind of environment do you want to live in? Is there a specific location? Do you want to travel? Do you want a family? What do you want that life to look like? Visualize an average day of family time. How long of a work day do you want to have? If you could do anything, what would you do for work? How do you want to look and feel? Describe your body, energy levels, and how you want to present yourself to the world. What does your ideal day look like? Map out every hour. List out anything else that comes to mind in terms of a specific future that you want to build for yourself. So to make this even more potent, turn this vision, this is your vision for the future, into an anti-vision. That way you create this frame or perspective of your ideal self. That way it's complete. You have two things to bounce between, and you have multiple anchor points to observe situations from. So number 1 is, what is the bane of your existence? And then 2, Write out the opposite of every question about your
Okay,
vision
so it
that we
should be
just went over.
this small.
For
It
even
should be
more
that small.
firepower, create a vision board.
As
Add
is.
images to a scrapbook, software, or wall that makes that future more tangible. And here, remember that nothing is permanent. You're writing these things down. You're creating your vision for the future. It's going to change. That's actually a good thing. This is how you refine and iterate with time, but you can't iterate on something that doesn't exist. You can't improve something that doesn't exist. If you don't have a vision for the future or a direction for your life, how are you going to course correct over time? If you don't have that, if you haven't written it down and thought about it, you're not going to make progress. Or that is at least meaningful progress toward a goal that you choose, right? You can make progress all day towards the goals that people assign to you, but if you don't have it written down and you don't condition your mind to think in this goal, then you're going to be pursuing other people's goals and wondering, like, why do I feel stressed? Why do I feel overwhelmed? Why do I feel all of this shit? Because it was assigned to you and you just accepted it without question. So with this, we're using this vision as filtration. So you're going to say no to every single opportunity that does not align with your vision. But this also means for you to be realistic. If you just are like seeing an opportunity but can't see how it connects to your goal or how it helps you achieve that, then simply because you don't want to do it, you want to say no. What I'm saying is that you're going to also say yes to everything that may lead to your vision for the future, which may be something that you don't want to do right now, but you do want to do it when you zoom out and actually have the perspective of your ideal self. So step number 2 is creating a hierarchy of goals, because we have the vision for direction and filtration, but now we need to break this down and make the path clear. We need clarity more than we need motivation. An ordered mind is a happy one, and a hierarchy of self-generated goals makes it hard for depressing distractions to penetrate your awareness. Now, break your vision down into goals for each domain of your life. Mind, body, spirit, business. Relationships are synonymous with spirit here. And yes, this is going to be time consuming. Take your time. This is your future.
Look at this again.
So for all 4 domains of life, create 10-year goals, 1-year goals, monthly goals, and weekly goals. Then every day, you're going to write down 3 to 5 priority tasks that move the needle toward these goals from the ground up. Knock these tasks out first thing in the morning before responsibilities and distractions have time to wake up. And I talk about the structure of my deep work in the video, Change Your Life in 6 Months, my deep work routine. So step 3 is how to learn, because people don't know how to learn. Reading books is not learning. Watching tutorials is not learning. You learn by building a project and facing reality. Now, we need to understand that projects are goals that you can measure and iterate. So we're going to put a few of your 1-year or monthly goals into projects. Ideate a way to build something meaningful. You must do work. Write down milestones you can reach. Create an outline in a notes app or a notebook. Brain dump any ideas that come to mind. Or you can eventually get access to Cortex, the software I'm building, where it's a second brain that helps you achieve your projects. You want to do this for mental, physical, financial, and spiritual development. This primes your mind for pattern recognition. In other words, it helps you get more good dopamine out of life, because the things that you are perceiving have somewhere to go. Everything becomes useful in your life. Every book that you read, every conversation you have, when you have a project that is outlined and you have milestones and you have clarity, you're going to feel the need to go into your notes or your project or whatever and add the inspiration that you get. Step 4 is to understand that skills are groups of techniques. Building a project isn't the end of learning. To build a project, you must acquire skills along the way, but you don't learn a skill. You learn a technique, experiment with it, and continue adding techniques until you can combine them in a way that leads to your desired outcome. An example is that you don't learn Photoshop as a skill. You create a project and you have a vision for that project of what you want to create. And if you don't know how to create it, then you're going to look up a specific technique on how to complete one aspect of that project. And then once that's done, you're going to look up another technique to complete another aspect of the project, and so on and so forth, until you master Photoshop. Watching specific watching just general tutorials on Photoshop is not going to help you if you're not building along with it, because you're not going to notice the information that solves the problem that you're facing, because learning comes from struggle. And so with this, if you use Photoshop, you know that there are like 10 plus techniques to just remove the background from something. Like, okay, there's an easy way of just removing the background from like a human, right? But what about a tree with all of the details within it? You're not going to be able to do that.
I just need
and it's going to take like 3 hours to do that manually with the pen tool. So you need to learn how to use channels and then make the layer mask with that. So you're stacking techniques so you can eventually master any situation that comes, because there's going to be different nuances in the situations that you're exposed to. Think about how this applies to life and like communication skills, where yeah, it's easy to say hello, how are you? That's like masking or removing the background from my person in Photoshop. But then what about doing it from trees? How do you navigate a nuanced conversation? That's going to take more techniques, practiced over time, stacked until you master the skill of social dynamics. And the thing here is that there is absolutely no way to do this all at once. There's no one book that can teach you all of this all at once. Maybe there is, and it has the techniques,
This is
but you
too
still have to
much.
practice each one of those
No, this
techniques
is too much.
over time until you achieve the goal. The same thing goes with copywriting or any marketing based skill. You don't just learn copywriting as the skill. You create a project like writing an email or a landing page or a tweet, and then you study a specific technique with a YouTube video or a book or something of that nature. You learn techniques for capturing attention, holding attention, enhancing the
Maybe
perceived
purplish.
value of your product or idea, etc. There are dozens of techniques for
This
each
color.
thing that you're trying to achieve. And the more you
I don't know
learn,
what
the
her
better
favorite
you
color
get with
is.
copywriting as a skill. Your first landing page is going to suck. It's going to be absolute shit. And that's okay. That's called trial and error. So in something like 2 Hour Writer, I have you build projects and I give you the techniques to practice along the way. Everything is a skill. Life is a skill that encapsulates health, wealth, and relationships as skills until broken down into techniques you can practice over the course of your life to master life itself. All skills are mental. Skills are mental systems that become more efficient with practice to achieve your desired outcome. Step 5 is to reinvent yourself. Think of your mind as the digestive system of reality. This alone can point you towards what you're supposed to be doing. If you feel overwhelmed or you feel like you're not learning anything, or you like are trying to read a book but you haven't retained any of the information, it's because you're not stopping and digesting the information with practice and building. You need to pull back from consuming at this point. Just build with the knowledge you have and refer to the material you've used before. When I'm writing notes in Cortex, my software, I have to read books extremely slow just because I'm digesting a page at a time and really trying to dissect and understand it. And this has helped my articulation and communication and newsletters and YouTube videos and content so much because I start to deeply understand the information. So when you think about this as like with your actual digestive system, when you eat just enough, you create an environment that is conducive to muscle growth. You trek through reality towards
Try
your
a different
goals.
font.
You
I
enter a
like this
season of
font
pure
that
progress, and the feeling is incredible. When you eat too much, you feel like crap. A lot of people that go on hard bulks, they just feel terrible the entire time. And if you don't eat enough, then you're not giving your body or
No.
business enough of the resources to build what is necessary. So you go through cycles. You get too much, or you bulk, and then you cut, and then you maintain. Like, you have to think of life through these universal patterns. Adopt the perspective of the universe, because you need to zoom out and go meta on what's actually happening in your situation, and stop trying to find all these little tactics to solve it. Like, oh, I feel like crap. What's this little technique I can do to solve it in an instant, when it's a part of life and you need to understand life. Life is the mental model. With a vision, goals, and projects, you are primed for an entirely new life. All you have to do is take the leap. Launch yourself into a new physical or digital environment. Move across the country, unfollow everyone online, follow people aligned with your future, change what you wear, where you shop, and who you see, drown your mind in the books you've been putting off reading. Changing what you wear is actually a very big one. I see people lock themselves into specific identities just by choosing what they want to wear. So with this, you want to align all information or align reality with who you want to become. You will feel threatened at the start because you are trying to expand your identity, and your identity wants to survive who it is. It's going to be painful. Your old identity will die because it is starved of the information that reinforces it. Hold strong during this extremely difficult yet extremely meaningful turning point in your life. Step 6 is nature's compass. People are so afraid of making mistakes that they make the biggest mistake of them all: not making mistakes. Can't avoid making mistakes. They are nature's compass. People who don't make mistakes don't give themselves a chance to achieve successes. So imagine a self-driving car. For years, it has received negative feedback that refines the system that shapes the mind of the car. I watched a video from Elon Musk yesterday on Optimus, the little robot that he's building that will probably fill most people's homes and just be their personal assistant and do things for them, like wash the laundry, and way more beyond that. There's a lot more utility in actually having a personal robot. But This was the third iteration in a year of what he's been doing, because you have to fix the bugs in the system. You have to fix the bugs in your life. You have to be okay with mistakes. Like you, when you were born, were like the minimum viable product, and you've been improving. Most people have been degrading the entire time. And I'm not talking about physically here, I'm talking about mentally, the systems that compose your mind. So the car now, a Tesla, can navigate the roads with ease simply because it's had so much feedback, machine learning, like it's learned. And I would argue that it is and will be safer than most humans driving a car, because it doesn't have those like
God, it's
negative
really
thoughts or distractions going through his mind. It's just like, I'm a system to achieve this goal. And that's what opens up room for humans to just continue performing creative tasks and pushing forward in technology and evolution. I'm talking about this in the next video. The future of work is play. You must act in alignment with your big goal to form new systems that your mind operates on through the negative feedback of mistakes. Make a habit of forcing yourself to adopt the perspective of the highest version of yourself. Allow
That's
this
a
lens
nice
to unveil
person.
new
Yes, AI.
opportunities that you can act on. When you
What
make a mistake, because you will, use it as direction for your next
is a
moves.
nice
With time, you
person
won't even realize that you have
font
become an artist in whatever skill
on
you've chosen to
Canva
develop. You will be able to achieve
that
what most people think
is
are
good
difficult goals, when
with
you are able to
kids.
walk, while most are still crawling. Step 7 is self-experimentation solves your problems for good. Your life is a project, and the projects that compose your life should be treated as science projects. To solve the problems that achieve your goal, hypothesize an outcome from your goals, experiment with techniques for skill acquisition, document the process as a project, and double down on results as a solution. Now you have experience, skills, and projects that you can turn into a business. You have a solution to a problem that you can charge money for in the creator economy. This is what I talk about all the time in my one-person business videos and my digital writer videos of solve your own problems and sell the solution. If you just improve yourself and achieve goals, then you help other people achieve the goals. You help humanity evolve by just solving your own problems and selling the solution. It's how you earn an income doing what you enjoy. I discussed this in the last video actually on the anti-niche. So let's say you have the goal of achieving a six-pack. You are in search of a solution, and they tell you that veganism will solve all of your problems, and from an unenlightened state, you clean up your diet, follow their advice as if it were law, see the results they mentioned. Then you'll attach to that diet ideology as if it is the best way to get a six-pack or be healthy or be fit, because that one ideology or technique that they gave you was just a way to generate clarity. And that's why you felt good, is because you had clarity on how to achieve your goals. So in reality, what happened when you switched to veganism, and I'm not only talking about veganism here, I'm talking about any fad diet or diet in general that people adopt and don't treat as a lens that they can take off and put on. They attach to it. It becomes their identity. But what really happened is that you ate more nutrient-dense foods, your actions worked to survive your vegan identity, then you had clarity, not chaos, by following a disciplined nutrition regimen. You didn't have as many options. You didn't have as many choices. You had rules to a game that you were playing, and games are fun to play. That's the entire purpose of creating a hierarchy of goals and remaining open-minded on how to achieve those goals, is because you have rules and limits that frame your attention, eliminate distractions, and make it easier to actually achieve those goals. Now, if you were to try veganism for a month and then go carnivore for a month, and then keto for a month, and then try flexible dieting for a month, you would make connections between the diets to reveal the fundamentals of health. Pattern recognition equals dopamine here. You would pick and choose certain methodologies that you enjoy, meaning they will bring sustainable results, and you will refine a system that fits your individual nature to perfection. Then, once healthy living becomes effortless, you can do the same for your finances, social life, romantic relationships, spiritual endeavors, and any other domain of life. If you're going through problems in your relationship, there's multiple things you can experiment with to solve the problem, but just choosing and identifying with one that may or may not get the results that you want or you know are available to you, that's a bad thing. Because you can hire a therapist, watch a YouTube guru, go on a retreat, and experiment with options until you find the right solution. And if your business isn't growing, you can do a course, you can hire a coach, you can test a new software, or you just zoom out. You allow yourself to discover new goals by adopting the perspective of life, or the universe, or the ideal version of yourself. There's always a way to solve your problems, and you strip yourself of that power when you latch on to one solution that probably won't solve the problem for good. Think of each domain of life as both a project and a skill in which you collect techniques to master that domain. Okay, that was long, so let's summarize what the mastery method is. 1. Expand your mind with a vision generation session. This perspective will allow you to create new goals and discover new potentials for your life so you can break out of your narrow mind and achieve more. 2 is create a hierarchy of goals to bring clarity to your life. You need to bridge the gap between where you are now and where you want to be with practical goals. 3 is turn your goals into projects so you can build and learn in unison. Projects are goals that are measured, tracked, and improved. 4 is don't learn skills, acquire techniques. Your skill level depends on the amount of techniques in your toolbox that can solve challenging problems. Number 5 is reinvent yourself with information overload. Change your physical and digital environments to force an open mind and discovery of new potentials. 6 is treat mistakes as negative feedback in your system. You have no other way to test something that gets better results. 7 is treat your life as a science project. Become obsessed with experimentation in fitness, business, knowledge, and relationships. Thank you for watching. That's it for this one. Check out Cortex Mastermind, 2-Hour Writer, Digital Economics, other free stuff with the links in the description. Again, thank you for watching. Like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. How do I introduce this? My friends, the time has finally come. After 3 years, I am holding the first hardcover copy of my book, and I'm so stoked. I am also holding this, but that will be explained at another time. It's finally here. If you want to check out, this is limited keepsake edition. You can sign up for updates with the link in the bio, theartoffocusbox.com. We are doing those first, where it's going to be a box, and then after that sells out, there's only going to be 2,000 copies. We're going to launch the paperback, and it will sell as a normal book on Kindle, everything, and hopefully Audible in the future. But with that exciting news out of the way, let's get into the actual content of today's video by starting with the best compliment that you can receive. I've heard this a few times in my life from specific people that I've met, and the best compliment that you can receive is, I like the way your mind works. And when I was young, I always envied those that were more intelligent and articulate than me. I always wondered how they did it. How did they organize their thoughts and put it into words that impacted me through books, videos, lectures, whatever it may be? How did they say what I've been thinking for years but couldn't string into words? How did they have these high-level conversations, like in podcasts, where I'm so young and they're so old, and there's such a huge gap in knowledge and understanding that I don't really understand what they're saying in these podcasts or these lectures or even these books, but I know that it means something. I know that it's deeper or higher than my current level of intelligence, and I have always wanted to reach that point. The poeticism of Watts, the pithy advice of Seneca, the crypticism of Nietzsche, the elegance of Peterson. There was a gravity to their words that always stuck in the back of my head, and I truly believe that they led me to where I am today. They influenced the want to become intelligent, led to all of the actions, or it influenced all of the actions that I was taking up until this point. And I've always known that I wanted to do something creative. I never really wanted to work a job, even though I did. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I wanted to do something creative. I knew that even when I had interests in something like fitness, I didn't really want to post pictures of my body online, even though, like, if I could get super fit, that would be a cool thing, but it never really stuck with me. I never really wanted to do that. And I also knew that I didn't want to work a job, so I didn't want to earn from both my body or my time. So I knew that I had to earn with my mind. And this led me down a brutal path of skill acquisition and business failures, like learning graphic design, web design, trying drop shipping with e-commerce, and really just taking on any opportunity that I could, learning web development, getting a web development job. And all of these things, even though they failed, and I had learned and stacked these skills, and for a brief moment of time, I felt like they didn't have any applicability or would earn me any form of an income, because if I had to get a job, then it's like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. My degree goes out the window most of the time. All the skills that I learned go out of the window most of the time. But what they did lead to was the ability to solve creative problems. And today I'm grateful to say that I can earn a living with the skills that I've learned, the interests that I have, writing, and I can sustain a high quality of life by pulling two levers, the inputs and outputs of my mind. So in this letter, I want to discuss four big ideas. The first is your mental body and how it rules your life. Two is how mental bodybuilding is your path to intelligence. Three is why mental real estate is the most valuable resource. And four, how to monetize your mind to create your own source of income. Mental aesthetics is your master key to the doors of the good life. So chapter 1 is the mental body. That's the first thing we need to understand. And what I mean by the mental body is our self-image, or our concept of self, or the idea of who we are, our identity. All of these are synonymous. Whenever you hear them in spiritual teachings, it's like the ego or the self, or when you hear it in psychology, it's also the ego or identity. When you hear it in self-help, it's the same thing. It's personality, identity. All of these things coincide. It represents the idea of who we are, because our body changes every 7 years. All of the cells are different. They change. They die and they reproduce, and our bodies are different than who we were 7 years ago. But our concept of self is kind of the same. So it shows that who we are is not the idea in our head, and that can also change, but we tend to stay static, and people stay comfortable, and they allow their identity to rule their life. And so one example of this is from the book Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Waltz. I haven't read the whole thing. I just read like the first chapter and got this example. It talks about a phenomenon where surgery patients undergo like a massive change in how they view themselves and their quality of life, and what they go on to do once they have that plastic surgery, or they change their physical body, that then changes the way they view themselves. Because someone with, let's say, a crooked nose really had all of these pent-up attachments, and it really skewed how they viewed themselves in relation to other people, or when they interact with other people. It caused them not to act on certain opportunities simply because they just thought they looked weird. And so when they got that fixed, it changed their psyche to reflect that, and they went on to be more confident. And because they were more confident, they took on better opportunities, and they became successful to an extent. So this brings up the concept of conceptual survival. What I mean by that is humans survive on both the physical plane of existence and the mental plane of existence. Yes, so if a bear is charging at you, then obviously you're going to have that stress response, that fight or flight response to get out of there. But we live in a very comfortable environment, but we still experience these stress responses every single day, even though we are more comfortable than ever. And I would argue most people are in a life situation where they're doing pretty well compared to our ancestors, or even someone that's across the world in a third world country that doesn't have internet or something like that. Even they're happy, because expectations versus reality. So right now, I would argue that 95% of the time, if not all of the time, actually, yes, all of the time, humans are surviving on the mental plane of existence. We are surviving the idea that is our self, because even if a bear is charging at us, it's not that we really care that our physical body is going to die. We care that our personality and the attachments to that, and the people that we want, the people we consider friends, everything that we attach to who we are is going to die along with us, because our consciousness will go blank. There's no longer that vessel that is our mind to carry who we are. To help understand this more, conceptual survival, one, get my book when it comes out. But if you're subscribed to a specific religion and somebody says another religion is better, or they question your beliefs, how do you feel? How tied are you to that religion, to that ideology? Something so static that you can't break free of, right? If someone threatens that, do you feel threatened? Physically, do you have a stress response? Do you get angry? Do you get reactive to everything?
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for like a diet model. A lot of fitness people, let's say they love the keto diet and they adopt it as a part of who they are because it got them results after having a crappy diet and not trying or experimenting with everything and noting the principles or truths between them all, and then creating their own path. But they identify with the keto diet, and then when someone comes in and says like, oh, I love to eat carbs, how do they feel? Do they feel threatened? Do they feel like they have to react and be like, oh no, you're going to die because you're eating so many carbs? And so all in all, this stems from a lack of understanding and awareness. But the thing here is when they react, right? One, you're threatened. So you feel like you have to survive. So replication, reproduction of who you are is also a part of survival. So when you feel threatened, you feel the need to reproduce. You feel the need to communicate your ideas into
I
other
need to
people
save
so
this
that
or
they
not.
adopt them. That's what you're doing when you have children. Yeah, you're having a physical child,
Just save
but
it
you're creating who they are
in case we do
through
something.
ideas and information and talking to
Luna
them.
number
And so when someone questions my
3.
religion, which I don't have any,
Now
but
I need
if they
to
did, then I get threatened, and then I start
upload
to say why mine is so good and why they
Luna
should
number
join my
3
religion.
here.
Whether it's almost done always
What?
unconsciously. People say they don't want to try and
No
convert you,
way.
but they're doing that every day because it's a part of their identity and they have to survive it. So the lesson here is releasing concepts, releasing the attachments to your identity and
Why
letting
is
them
it cool?
go. To develop, expand, and grow yourself, not to be confused with inflating your ego, you must release the ideas that prevent you from rising up like sandbags tied to a hot air balloon. When you feel tension or stress
Almost
or
done with
the
this.
need to reproduce or react, you have to train yourself to pause. This is what mindfulness is. When you notice a thought and you become aware of it.
Save as.
And that's really the cure to it, is just becoming aware of it over time and letting that correct your actions with time. You may succumb to it a few times. It's not going to be perfect the first time around, where you notice that you're in an angry phase and you're aware that you're seeing your body like react in real time, where you're angry and you know you're angry and you're doing things really that's out of your control, but you have the awareness of it. That will fix itself over time. Awareness is curative. It's a medicine. So on to chapter 2, that is mental bodybuilding. I love this concept. I don't think I'm the one that came up with it, but I love to make this analogy of regular bodybuilding and mental bodybuilding. When most people have a sense of self that is the product of the external world, you have the chance to peel back the layers. You can build a self that is a conscious, personal creation that works less, earns more, and enjoys life. That's the intro to one of my chapters in the Art of Focus. It goes into all of those, but again, check it out. Links in the description. I'm going to promote this shit nonstop. This is my life's work. Okay. The highest paid individuals are the strategists, the visionaries, and the true creatives of the world. They're the people that understand that they have to earn with their mind, and that they have to have control over their mind, and that they have to protect their mind. The people that get what they want out of life have sculpted and crafted and built their ideal self. They built their mental body so that it can spot, perceive, and actually act on opportunities with the ideas, the beliefs, and possibly those being limiting beliefs that you shed, and skills and everything else that you've acquired through learning and carefully curating the inputs of your mind. Because that's what creates the self, is your conditioning. It's the ideas, the beliefs, the skills, the education, the religious doctrine, literally anything that you can consume is soaked into your mind, especially as a kid when it's unconscious and you're just a sponge absorbing information. That creates who you are. All of these millions of bits of information culminated over time create who you are. You have much less self-control than you think, because there's so much stuff going on in your brain firing left and right that goes into the actions that you take. You, at this point in time, can take millions upon billions of different choices. You can make whatever choice you want right now. But you, as an individual, with the conditioning that you have, are only going to, you're going to be limited to a select few because of how you perceive life. So, destiny, or just the default path or where you're going to end up, is drastically influenced by your identity. So you need to build your mental body, because that's also how you live a mediocre life, is by doing what everyone else tells you to do, never zooming out, never questioning your beliefs, never changing who you are. It's by letting your attention get stolen from you and being distracted all day, scrolling on your phone. That's exactly how you program yourself to do absolutely nothing with your life. So I like to, when we're talking about mental bodybuilding, I like to make the bridge between food metabolism or digestion and information metabolism or digestion, because life is experience and experience is information. If you want to get spiritual or like metaphysical, everything is in formation, right? In this present moment, infinite consciousness, whatever, however you want to phrase this. But we're perceiving information right now. It's just all over the place. Our brains are processing all of the information, and there's some fact or something like that where it's like your conscious mind can process 50 bits of information per second. So what you're focusing on, the unconscious mind can process 11 million bits of information per second. And so these two processes are running both on what you're consciously focused on, which is very limited, and you have to protect that, which influences what gets stored in the unconscious and changes your actions and heavily influences everything you do without you knowing it. Your mind dictates your quality of life because your development dictates how you process information or how you process life. When you are overwhelmed with information, you feel anxious. When you are underwhelmed with information, you feel bored. To maximize the flow of information, think of your mind as a digestive system of reality. If you eat too much or you don't move enough, you won't metabolize the mental information. And if you eat too little or move too much, then you're digesting it too easily. You're not really utilizing the extra information or sitting at the edge where you're in this growth phase, right? So talking about bulking and cutting. Because in fitness, when you build muscle, you have to be in the environment that is conducive to building muscle. You need to both lift weights, so practicing skills or building something like a project or a business, and you need to learn information or eat food so that you can actually do that, right? So you need to use your skills and you need to learn new skills. So you need the habit of both. What I've been fucking saying in almost every video is that you need to build and learn in unison because they work together to build your mental body. And so when you're bulking, you eventually gain a bit of fat. You get overwhelmed, right? You do too much, or you push too far in business, or you learn too much information that you don't know what to do with. So you need to peel back, you need to cut, you need to stop consuming so much information, you need to rest more, and you need to produce more. You need to build with the information that you already have so you can metabolize it. And so a key point here is that you need a conscious goal for every part of your life or every chapter of your life. Because a goal provides vision and orders your mind. A goal gives you a lens to not only build to, but like what to perceive and learn information from. If you have the goal of building a business, then one, you start building a
Okay,
business.
I'm gonna see if I can add that to the bottom. She
Lifting
wants
emotional
this
weight
one.
in a sense, because it's going to be hard. And then in
know.
order to fuel that, you
Let's
need to
see.
learn new information so
No,
that
now,
you have
now
the
I get
skill
why
and
people are
understanding to actually
designing
do
for
it.
these
This is
things
where
because when
people
you
go wrong, is
create
they try
yourself,
to
it's just a
learn
pain.
information so quick. Like, oh, how do I build a seven-figure business in 6 months? That's not going to happen because you're not giving yourself enough time to build the muscle. There's things like steroids for business, like paid ads and other things, or networking, but those come in later, right? You have to build your natural physique for like 10 years, and then if you want to take steroids, you can. So the thing that we need to talk about here is the balance between the known and the unknown and living at your edge. This is where meaningful events occur. This is where you feel the best in life. When you aren't too comfortable and you aren't too uncomfortable, you're right in the middle, where skill matches the challenge of the situation that you're putting yourself into. When the flow of information is maximized in your life through the balance of consumption and creation, you will encounter meaningful events. You will feel a deep sense of excitement for the future, fulfillment in the present, and gratitude for the past. These feelings should be seen as an opportunity to document the important parts of your life that you can share with others. When you read a good book that sparks excitement in you, you need to write it down, because if you plan on giving any form of value, it's going to be the stuff that you find important in your life. My best tweets are the things where I read something and I'm like, that's really good. I wish I wrote that. And then I rewrite it because now I have something to write and I share it with other people and it resonates with the people that are similar to me. So if we take the ideology, or I don't want it to be an ideology, but that's what it is, just adopt it as law, is like the one person business, or turning yourself into the business, where if I attract people that are like-minded to me, I create a solution for a problem in my own life, like a planner, then I can sell it to other people because it's helped me in my life. And if I have like-minded people following me from the information that I share on the internet, through my character, virtual reality, which is personal brand on social media, then that's how I make an income. Pretty simple. You aren't where you want to be because you've been where you are for a bit too long. You have to push yourself into the unknown. You have to set your own conscious, self-generated goals, not ones that are assigned to you by a job, school, or society. And then you need to pursue those with actual effort. Yes, it takes effort. It's going to be hard. Now, chapter 3, let's talk about mental real estate. Whether they be positive or negative, the ideas that occupy the collective mental real estate will influence the progress we make as a species. The future belongs to those that can capture and hold attention with valuable information for the most amount of time possible. Another quote from my book. Who wrote the code in your head? That is to say, who fed you the information, ideas, beliefs, perspectives, and worldviews that create your sense of self? Let's consider yourself as an intellectual construct, a house, not a home, a psychic body. And it's a house that can be occupied by tenants. And these tenants can either nurture and build the house or destroy the house by partying inside of it and tearing it down and leaving it a mess. So in comes the internet, in comes social media, and in
Some
comes
people are
all of
doing
these,
this.
so much information that we've never really dealt
Oh,
with
there's something
before as a
else.
species. We're allowing all of these ideas or tenets into our mind, and we aren't paying attention to which ones are destroying the house and which ones are making the house better. And we aren't kicking out the ones that are destroying the house, and we aren't inviting in people that are building the
I hope
house.
this
So that
works because
alone
I'd be
is a great way
pissed.
to audit your life. Is one, be conscious of your social media consumption. Two, use the information in your head to
Oh,
create and put on
that's
paper so
weird.
you understand and can get it out
What?
and metabolize the information and
Damn
see,
it.
okay,
Oh,
this
man.
isn't that good. I need to change this about myself. Or this is good. I like this. I'm going to leverage this and build something worth utilizing by other people. And
Some
so
digital
another way to
file.
do this audit, so to say, is by questioning
Oh
why.
my god, let me
Why
cancel
are you
this.
doing anything that you were doing ever in this life? Why? Because if you don't know why you were going to that class, going to that job, marrying that person, or doing anything that you do, you did not create yourself. Sustained, long-term focus is a lost art in a distracted world, and it's wreaking havoc on our ability to achieve anything meaningful. So how do you use social media for good? First, understand that social media is the devil if you perceive it that way, and social media is the vessel for your potential if you perceive it that way. How you perceive opportunities depends on your self-development. You won't see a viral social media post as inspiration if you don't identify as a writer or creator. You won't see a business owner's complaint as a post as an opportunity for you to reach out and provide your skill set and services to help them in exchange for money. You're
It's okay.
letting opportunities pass you by day in and day out just because you don't identify as someone who uses social media for work or for business or for their career. You haven't built your mental
Haven't you
body
paid
by developing a
attention?
skill set that would allow you to do that. You've developed a skill set that the schools told you to do so that you could be trained directly into a job. And another thing that I find interesting is that some people see like cliche or like basic advice as cringe, and then they go on to just scroll and look at memes the entire time and don't do anything with their life. When the cliche advice and principles that have stuck around for years and years and years are some of the most helpful information that like people are just writing off. So I see social media as virtual reality to create your potential. There's so much more available to you. And I talk about this in the value creator videos. There's two of them. Because I also see that entrepreneurship is the only long-term option for logical thinkers. A personal brand is an extension of your character, the self you continue to develop. Your goals are what attract like-minded buyers. Your problems, when solved, are how you help others in the form of a product or service. Your ideas are the posts that occupy the mental real estate of your followers and shape their sense of self. Writing and speaking your beautiful mind to the masses through social media is how you check the boxes of a fulfilling life. I talk about turning yourself into the business not only in other videos, but in digital economics, my masterclass of everything
Okay,
you'll
let me
ever
do
need to
this
know
one now. That
for
was not the
digital
right thing.
economics or
That
online
sounds
business. So we
super
talked about like
euro 12
conceptual
ounce
reproduction or
tumbler.
spiritual reproduction,
Yeah.
like previously,
Oh my
where
god, this took so
we try to
long.
survive our
Way too
concept of
long.
self. And so the reason that having a child is so fulfilling is that you're creating a self.
Part
You're creating
2.
someone that's going to go on and impact the
Part
world,
2.
hopefully. So
Part
if you
2.
want to fulfill that early in your life, then you become a creator. You become a writer. You become a creative. You
What the
become
heck
someone who
is
contributes
it?
to humanity through business, and you use your mind to
Kids.
help other people. And by doing so, you change identities
Superhero.
across the
Superhero
globe.
12
I would
ounce
hope that I could say that I've changed some of your
tumbler
guys'
wrap.
lives.
Kids
And by
sippy.
doing so, a part of me is inside of you. It's always weird when I talk about this stuff. We're talking about mental plane of existence,
What the
guys,
heck
okay?
is it?
But this is why writing, speaking, and building a business is so rewarding, is that you feel that sense of connection and fulfillment that comes from impacting lives at scale. We are in a spiritual war. Those who occupy the most mental real estate hold the most power in the modern world. Think of James Clear. He wrote the book Atomic Habits. If James Clear went on Twitter or X and he wrote the word habits and posted it, he would get thousands of likes. Now, if anyone else were to do that, they would get very little likes. They would get less engagement than they normally do. And so this brings up a few lessons.
Where is
One
it?
is that the longer you hold attention, the more power your ideas hold. Books will always reign supreme. Podcasts and long videos come second. Short content comes last, but all have their use cases. Two is that your ideas must spark positive behavior change. If you change someone's life, they will credit you over and over for your success, meaning your ideas spread with how people consume your work. Three, when your ideas change lives, you hold attention longer. If someone is forming new habits, James Clear's ideas will occupy their mind throughout the day, which shapes their identity. They become a half child of James Clear. So something like short form writing on Twitter is good and necessary for attracting initial attention, but long form writing is for building trust and nurturing the mind and creating other selves. So all I'm saying here is that power, not only in your business, but in just the modern world in general, or as a creator or as a writer, which I'm going to be talking more about, just online writing and becoming a writer, because I see it so powerful. But the way to do so is by holding attention for longer periods of time through content. And you need to understand that short form and long form go hand in hand, and that if you neglect one or the other over time, I didn't write a book until 3 years in, right? But over time of you doing this, that's your goal, is to hold attention for longer. So let's go over a few action steps just so this is a bit more practical. Study that which generates attention. Psychology, media, design, writing, marketing, sales, persuasion, influence, and the mind. Study yourself, your thoughts, emotions, actions, and follow them to their root. What goals, problems, and beliefs have others projected on you that led to those thoughts, emotions, and actions? This may sound like a lot, but you have your entire lifetime to focus on this. Like when you're not doing this, you're distracted. That's it. Because what's the only other option? It's distracting your mind, numbing your mind, doing nothing with your life. There's nothing wrong with rest, but there is something wrong from not balancing it out with work, meaningful work, because the only pain greater than seeing what you were capable of is not seeing what you were capable of. Your education should and must reflect that. The final chapter is mental monetization. We have understood our mental body. We understand the concept of mental bodybuilding, so how to build a valuable mind, and then mental real estate, so how you occupy others' attention with the beautiful mind that you've built. And so now that you have that, now you have people attracted to you. Now you need to give them something worth paying money for. That's called business. That's how you monetize your mind. Because it's 2023. You have the resources to revamp your education, enhance your skill set, and change the source of income in less time than it would take to get a college degree. But there's a trap that many people fall into. They attempt to monetize the vain, superficial, or rapid. They post half-naked pictures online just to lose their income source when they have to gain weight and actually be healthy. They study the algorithm rather than human nature and hope that AdSense or just relying on someone else to create your income for you works long-term. They study the best business models of 2023 instead of understanding just business as a whole and studying marketing, sales, writing, speaking. That way they don't lose their income when the economy shifts. It is better to realize early that intelligence is a more sustainable monetization lever. Creativity, wisdom, development, and character can be the source of your income if you protect your mind. So let's talk about what you need to study. So the 3 applications, not necessarily skills, that we need to study are social media, offer creation, and traffic generation. These are how your skills are going to be learned and channeled to actually build your own thing. You must build a brand, offer, and practice driving traffic between the two. That's how you make money. And so when you learn the skills that we're going to talk about, I talk about them more in depth in the $1 million skill stack videos. There's 2 of those. But when you learn them, you filter the information through what you are building and what you are applying them to the application. Social media, offer creation, traffic generation. So the first skills that you need to understand are just writing, speaking, marketing, and sales. You need to understand how to create a valuable message through all of them, distribute that message, which is writing or speaking online like I'm doing right now, and distribute it to the world. That's how you do it. You must start building, not learning. And when you encounter a problem, study writing, speaking, marketing, and sales courses and content. A good book to get you started on this is Influence by Robert Cialdini. The second set of skills that you need to learn are results-oriented skills, something more practical, something more modern, but these will change with time, just like how AI is becoming more of a thing right now. That's a good skill to learn. It's results-oriented. But so is graphic design, web design and development, search engine optimization, email marketing, social media marketing agencies, any other business or skill that people tell you to learn or start. But all of these are made effective by the evergreen skills, writing, speaking, marketing, and sales. Because if you learn one of them by themselves, like graphic design, you get primed for replacement and can usually only earn an income from a job. If you don't know how to market your own business, then you're not going to land clients. And if you don't study it holistically, then you're not going to be
I'm
able
not
to
sure how I
scale.
feel
You're going to be
about that
stuck as a
part there.
freelancer
Just
in
you
the
just
starting artist phase, doing manual outreach all day and hoping that you get referrals. So now that you have these skills to learn, and hopefully you start learning, I want to give you guys some more just practical advice. So what you need to do is you need to write, speak, market, and sell on social media. So the way to do that is you dissect your mind for topics. And I talk about this a lot more into our writer if you just want systems that you can learn. And that's how you learn writing, speaking, marketing, and sales as well. I teach it in there. But to our writer, check it out. If a mind is composed of ideas that form thoughts, beliefs, and actions, it makes sense to break them into their individual parts, study them, enhance them, and reprogram the way you think. So here's how you dissect your mind for topics to actually write, speak, market, and sell about. What are your goals? Write about the benefits of achieving them. What are the problems standing in the way? Write about the emotions involved in overcoming them. What skills do you have to acquire to reach your goals? Write about how you are applying those skills and what you've learned. What are 10 to 20 things you are genuinely curious about? Study them and share the big ideas that you feel compelled to share with someone else, but in your own words. What are the topics and interests you already consume? I love watching, reading, and just listening to really any type of content that falls under self-improvement. So that could be psychology, productivity, creativity, philosophy, metaphysics, business, anything. So you want to create a topic tree with 3 broad interests. For me, I would argue that most people's should umbrella under the one interest of self-improvement or self-development or personal development, because we're trying to improve other people's lives. And then you break those down into 3 for now, not limited to 3, but let's say productivity, creativity, business. And then you use those as a starting point to start researching, buying books, looking at content, generating ideas from like what other people have posted on YouTube or Medium or other places. So then you can start to create that content too. Are you beginner, intermediate, or advanced? 99% of the market are beginners. And this is often a struggle point for people of all levels. Think about what you consume and how you consume it. Are you on social media to actually be educated? Are you looking there to learn? No, that's impossible. You wouldn't be just on social media like, oh, I want to learn this because I'm struggling with this, so I'm hoping that it shows up on my feed. When you are searching for something to learn, you're searching, you have intent, right? So when you're posting on social media, you need to understand that, because you need to understand that most people are posting beginner level advice and seeing success in doing that because people are on social media to be entertained or reminded of the principles that work. Even if you think you're learning from the timeline, let's say you go onto YouTube and you watch a video that pops up about fitness, is it not just saying the same thing over and over again about the principles that you already know, but that's helpful to your life because it shows you that you're on the right path. So you need to join in on that and not become so high level with the things that you're writing on social media so that you actually resonate with people and grow. And then you save the high level information for when people have intent to either buy from you or search something else. Now, the very important thing here is that 1, you're sticking this out for life. Okay? If you're not, leave this video. You're not welcome here. You're welcome, but you're doing this for
gosh.
I promise you that. You'll make that realization eventually. We need to iterate on our big ideas because it's the nature of life. Everything is trial and error. The way you do good is you write, and then you go back after a month and you see, okay, this one did better than most of them. I need to lean into this more. Okay, a year down the road, I have 50 posts that are extremely good. They got way more engagement than any of my other posts. I need to double down on those. 2 years later, you have 500 posts. And now all of those are validated ideas that, let's say I take them from Twitter to Instagram and know they're going to do well. That's what I did. That's how I grew on Instagram. I took my validated ideas, put them on there, executed a growth strategy, and blew up. And then after some time, like let's say 6 months to a year of doing this, you need to create a data-driven product that you then iterate on, let's say every 6 months. It needs to evolve as you gain more experience. So you need to pay attention to how your best ideas perform If the idea performs well, it probably means a product or service will also do well based on that idea. Two is how others' products and ideas perform. You have to become an observer over a consumer. View social media content, landing pages, funnels, products, services, and promotions as inspirational firepower for your own. Sell what's already selling, but under your own name and worldview. Three is what people tell you they want. As you grow, your readers will become more vocal about what they want from you and what was helpful. Double down on this. Four is the questions people ask. You will notice patterns in the problems people have. The more questions you get, the bigger the problem, and the more likely people are to pay you for help. You can really monetize anything nowadays. Like, think of something that you'd want to monetize, that you would actually want to monetize. Don't play around with me here. Like, oh, I want to sell dog poop. No, think of something you actually want to monetize, and then go look it up. Someone's already selling it. Study them, replicate their business model, do it under your name. There's a reason you follow 10 to 20 people talking about the same fucking thing online. You're following 10 to 20 fitness influencers or productivity influencers. Why can't you be one of them? The reason you aren't making money is because, one, you haven't developed the skill set. Two, you haven't created the product. Two, you haven't stuck that product in the flowing water of money that's already there. And so, of course, I've talked about a lot of this on the One Person Business playlist that you can find on my profile here on YouTube. But the best route to take in all of this is to solve your own problems in life and sell the solution. Because everyone has the same goals and problems. They're just viewing them from different lenses, from different identities. So if you attract the people with the same identity that have a very similar perception, then something you sell to them will resonate. You want financial freedom, health, vitality, love, and every benefit of improving your health, wealth, and relationships. One person will try budgeting for financial freedom, while the other person will try a side hustle, while the other an e-commerce store, while the other a social media brand. And what you do to achieve the goals will be completely different from someone else. So that path is your product. Your job is to attract people like you by talking about your journey. Then package up your path to achieving the goal and sell it. This is how you build a beautiful mind. Understand your mental body, train that body like you would in the gym. Know that modern power comes from attention or mental real estate. Use writing or business as a vessel for self-understanding and monetization. Enjoy the rest of your week. Again, Art of Focus is coming soon. I'd say like 2 months from this video, hopefully. But 2-Hour Writer Digital Economics, if you want to learn a high impact writing as a skill or turn yourself into the business, other free stuff like the Power Planner, 7 Days to Genius Ideas Challenge are both down there. Aside from that, like, subscribe, all that other stuff. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
How am I gonna find that font? How am I gonna find a font like this? Let's see.
I was thinking earlier this week, and I realized that the best decisions that I've made in my life are the ones that other people think are stupid. In 2018, I wasted my life savings and maxed out my first credit card in hopes that my dreams of building a massive e-commerce business would work. In 2019, I got rid of everything I owned because of the situation that I was in, flew across the country, stayed there for a bit, realized it wasn't for me. I didn't like not having a Wi-Fi connection and my client calls on Zoom not working. So I flew back and I moved into a place. And during that time as well, I also quit my job so that I was able to do that. And
text back and
I knew
forth
that
and figure it out.
every single
So
freelance
just the whole
client that I
experience
had
itself
that
is
allowed
just
me to quit the job could disappear at any
I need to
time.
really figure out
like that wasn't a
what's the
huge
universal
possibility,
thing of font
but at
people
the
like.
same
But I
time,
think
it
everyone's
could
different. It's
happen.
kind
That
of
was sitting
hard.
in the back of my mind. In
Like, how can you
2020,
really?
I signed a lease that was 2 times
Can you
more
really do
anything
that?
that I've ever
Like,
paid
that's
before
why.
and anything that I thought that I could afford.
Yeah.
So this forced me into the mindset that I had to make my business work. From 2021 to present, I moved locations about every 6 months, and I didn't really do this consciously. It's not like I planned to move every 6 months. It just happened naturally. But every time I did it, I moved into a place that was just a bit above my comfort zone in terms of what I could afford. And I was okay with this because I knew that the only limits in the digital world in terms of business were the ones that I believed. And another thing with moving is that I found that it was just a great way to push myself into the unknown. Because when you move to a new place, I figured out that around every 6 months is when things start to really become normal to you. You fall into a routine, you know the friend group that you have there, you know the places you can eat, the places you can walk, the things you can discover, the things that are in your vicinity. You pretty much explored everything physical to you. And so we can talk about diving into the unknown in like the
Okay.
mental realm and how that can be explored
No.
infinitely with the internet. But it's just a good thing to
Okay.
note and understand
She
that you
likes like a
can get
normal writing
into
style
a
font.
comfortable spot with the place that you're living, and it can really impact
Let's see,
how
where can I
far you
find something
progress
like
in life
that?
simply because you just become comfortable
Oh,
without
this
knowing it. And
nice.
people
Maybe
think this
this.
is a good thing
I
because
don't
it
know.
makes them
Oh,
not have that much stress when it comes to just their everyday
sensitive
life, which is a
moment.
good thing. But you're not pushing
No.
yourself into the unknown in every
Oh, maybe
domain
not
that you can,
like that
whether it
one.
be physical or mental or financial. And so
It's a
with
nice
moving,
tree.
this force, like pushing into the unknown and knowing that I
She
couldn't afford
was.
certain things, forced me to make my business go from 50,000 a month to 100,000 a month to 200,000 a month plus, and having surges here and there of upwards of $700,000 a month. And it would be hard for me to credit any of this to any single business video or book or podcast or anything or course where people think that they can just get all of the information. That's not how it works. You need experience. You need something that pushes you forward. You need to figure things out for yourself and make it work with the knowledge that you gain. You can't just acquire knowledge and then not do anything with it, or sit and do nothing with the knowledge because you're comfortable in the place that you're at. So this is also when I moved to Austin, Texas with people like J.K. Molina and Dakota Robertson and my editor, Devin. And again, we were there for 6 months, and we kind of figured out the location. We got what we needed out of it, and we made a ton of progress in business, especially being around those right people. And so after this, I moved back to Scottsdale, Arizona, and we broke our lease in Texas just because we wanted to get out. We wanted to experience something new, and I hadn't lived in Scottsdale before because I always perceived that as like too high above me. It's a pretty nice place to live. And so, funny thing, I'm in this transitional period now. I'm in a temporary spot. I was in Phoenix before, and now I'm going to be moving
This one?
in
This
a
is
week
cool.
to
No,
the
then.
spot where I signed like a 9 month
No.
lease. But honestly, I'll probably break it in six, so we'll
Maybe.
see where that goes. And that's the thing that I've noticed is this is
Oh,
where I thrive. This is where I make the most progress. It forces me to publish anything that I've been putting off or act on the ideas that I've had in my mind. If I'm moving somewhere and I know that I need the resources, or I
it's not
know
the
that my
same.
bank account is going to fall a bit lower than the standard that I have for myself, then my survival is going to be threatened. I'm going to be
Yes.
put in this state of stress, and I'm going to have to work to survive. And if people don't have a way of
Joshua.
creating the resources in order to let them do those things, like having a business, like I keep talking about, then it's going to be very hard to progress to a certain
Exactly.
point or do what you want to do with your time or achieve that autonomy or freedom that everyone wants. And this is also the time where I'm just super productive. I feel like the flow of information and the idea generation and just my output on the things that I do, they're so focused because I have that singular goal in the back of my mind of wherever I'm moving or whatever I'm doing. There's different strategies to this, but life becomes so much more meaningful because it's easy to filter the signal from noise in the day-to-day situations that you go through simply because you're
Man,
so dead
give me a hard
focused
time.
on accomplishing a goal that you're
Um,
forcing yourself to hit by throwing yourself into the unknown, doing something that you can't
a
back
lazy
out of,
dog.
like signing a lease or doing something related to that, and forcing yourself to reach
She's
that
kind
new
of
level.
thick.
If life feels meaningless,
It's
it's
none.
because you aren't training your responsibility muscle. You haven't
Um,
lifted the emotional weight to add more to the bar and see progress on a deeper level than muscle. So, this is all to say
no,
that
just do
we're here to
nothing.
talk about my concept I call tactical stress, because I've noticed this pattern that we're talking about multiple times in my life and how beneficial it has been to me. I would argue that it is the secret to abnormal results, and it is a very extreme and potentially dangerous strategy. A way to preface
Mm.
this concept is by explaining how a goldfish only grows as large as the tank that it is put in. So if you put it in a small tank, it will only grow to a certain amount. If you put it into a large tank, it will grow to fit that. And this also brings in the concept of Parkinson's law, which states
Oh, that
that
one?
work expands so as to fill the time available for
That
its
one.
completion. So if you give yourself 10 minutes to do a task, it's going to take 10 minutes. If you give yourself a week to do a task, it's going to take a week. But that stresses the importance of deadlines and how to set a true deadline that actually forces you into action, which we'll talk about later. What I call tactical
What the
stress is
heck
quite
is
similar to
it?
both of these. Tactical stress is the
Mm.
conscious decision to force yourself into a do or die situation, knowing that you have the skill to make it work and have no choice but to overcome your fears. The result is a season of intensity that propels you into the next level of your life. When you have an understanding of this concept, you can use it to get out of a rut, right? Because when you identify as being in a rut, or you're like, wow, things are getting very stagnant in my life, and you become aware of that, now you will have a tool to get yourself out of it. Because normally you wouldn't have a tool, and you're like, fuck, I'm stuck in this rut. I have no way out. And then eventually, like, life happens and you eventually get out. But this is a way to force your way out. Let's dig into the philosophy and psychology of tactical stress before we get into the actual strategies. That way, you have that big picture understanding. You know why it works,
Rice
because
is
this is a
yellow.
huge problem with just general
Cheese
how-to advice.
too.
Is people don't have the depth, they don't have the true understanding of why it works, and so they miss certain things when they actually go to act, or they don't have the mindset or the perspective available to them to note patterns when they are acting, to realize, oh, this was a mistake, now I need to make a better decision, right? The purpose of tactical stress is to launch yourself into the unknown, or the land of infinite potential. And when you do this, if you launch too far, you become overwhelmed with information. It becomes difficult to metabolize that information, which we talked about in the last video on mental aesthetics or mental bodybuilding, where talking about life and perceiving information, which is what we're doing at any given moment. If you push too far into something that you don't know, too far into your, like, out of your comfort zone, then you're exposed to all of this chaotic information that you don't yet know how to order in your mind or actually make use of, or it's just too much and you can't filter it. So, like your body not being able to digest food when you eat so much and you feel like shit, it's the same thing with your mind. And so when you do this consciously and you know that you can acquire the skill and education necessary to make this goal work, that's where the magic really happens. Of course, you don't want to throw yourself too far into the unknown. With the example we used earlier, of course, I'm not going to be able to buy like a $1 billion house and expect myself to reach that point in business. It has to be just above your level. If you're a level 2, then you need to aim for a level 4,
Yes,
not level
finally.
100.
She's
And
decided
when you
on
do
that
this, you're
one.
forced to create
That one
clarity from chaos. It's going to
is.
feel a bit chaotic at first. You're going to feel that
That is
stress, that
just
tactical
I
stress.
just
So you
see.
set a goal that is borderline impossible, force yourself to achieve it, and transmute the stress to study and act your ass off until it becomes reality. Doing this does a few things pertaining to psychology. First, it creates a frame
So she
of
doesn't like
reference.
this. Take
Your
that
goal
out.
has to stay top of mind the entire time
That
that you're doing this. When you launch yourself into the unknown, it has to
mm,
be out of the pursuit of a goal that is
this.
in the unknown. Your
This like
goal,
about the
or any goal in
space
life,
doesn't make
because at
sense.
any given moment, we are
I gotta
acting
do
towards a
something about
goal,
this.
whether you're conscious of it or not. Most people are acting towards the unconscious goals that society assigns to them, like going to school, getting a job, retiring at 65,
Mm-mm.
or really
No,
anything, just
no,
marrying
no,
someone that they don't
no.
enjoy or like simply because they're
It doesn't
supposed to
look
marry
right.
someone,
It's
or
just too much
like
space.
the stereotypical, like, oh, you become a doctor,
Maybe
but I
make it
don't want to become
bigger.
a doctor,
Maybe more
but you
easy.
stay in that job simply because it's
Yeah, I
expected of
did.
you. That's what I mean by you're always pursuing a goal. Even right now, I'm clearly pursuing a goal of making a YouTube video, but unless you're doing absolutely nothing, you're pursuing a goal. So the point of this is to set a goal. That way you have that frame of reference. That way you can filter signal from noise. You can filter the important information. If I set a conscious goal to make $100,000 in business and I act on this tactical stress strategy of moving into a new place, buying something that I can't afford, or another strategy that we talk about later, once I do that, and once I'm forced into that mindset, then everything I see is going to be through the lens of how is this going to serve my goal? When I'm scrolling on social media for entertainment, the goal of entertainment, then I'm going to ignore any valuable information that could benefit my future. But if I'm building a business, then I'm going to filter through the memes and bullshit and get to the value that I see. I'm going to like that. And eventually you're going to condition yourself into that state of being and education where I'm going to see an account that's giving something valuable, like this video, for example. I'm going to watch more of their videos. Their algorithm is going to start to feed me more videos. And then eventually, character begets action. It's going to shape who you are over time. The information that's circulating in your head and is top of mind, and it will influence your actions. That's the first thing, is that it creates a frame of reference. The second is that it creates a deadline, a true
What's going
deadline.
on?
And
There's no
everyone
space
knows
here.
that deadlines are useful in productivity, but most deadlines aren't real. When you fly across the country or invest your life savings in coaching, The deadline is as real as it gets. You only have so much time to make it work. If you fly across the country to become a digital
Why is
nomad,
it like
then
this?
how much time do you have until your bank account hits zero and
Oh,
you become
it's
homeless
the
in a country where you don't even
thing
know the
here.
language? You either make it work or you let it fall apart. And that's the prerequisite here is if you don't have a track record of being ambitious and taking action on certain things, this strategy
Sure.
isn't for you.
Annoying.
Do not, please do not do
Like
this
that.
because I know it's going to come back and it's like, oh, Dan told me to fly across the country
Like that.
and waste my entire life savings, and now I'm homeless. So don't do that. But the third thing is that it narrows your focus because when your mind is narrowed on a goal, this is very similar to the frame of reference where your mind is narrowed on a goal. Let's say, like when you're actually working on something, you're focused on writing. Let's say you're writing a newsletter and you know exactly what to do. You have the clarity to act. You have the education, the understanding, the prior resources, and a plan to actually make it work. And especially with a deadline, like me posting a newsletter every Saturday, I need to get that done. And when your mind narrows in, distractions can't really block it because you're so focused on it. So this is another way to end just being a slave to distractions. Now, one thing that we do have to talk about before we go further is removing your money limits. It's safe to say that at a certain point you will have to start a business or become an entrepreneur to get to where you want to be in life, unless you settle for something less, which of course there's nothing wrong with if you're actually happy with that, but that's not the audience that I'm talking to here. Like, I know my audience and I know that you guys want more. The only reason I was able to do this time and time again to increase not only my quality of life, but my income so rapidly over 4 years is that I had a business that I had control over in order to make more money. In 4 years, at let's say a corporate job, maybe you can get like a 5 to 10% boost in salary, if that. I bet that's extremely rare. So let's say you make $100,000 salary in four
I
years,
bought this
10%,
song.
$110,000 salary. Really? With all of that work, if you actually
Let me
focus that
see.
work towards a business, I don't see why in 4 years you couldn't go from 100,000 a year to 100,000 a month, if not more. In business, all
There.
that it takes is a proper strategy,
There's a
the right
wall right
skill
there.
set, a compelling offer, and enough traffic to sell $100,000 worth of a product. And yes, I'm aware that's an oversimplification, but that doesn't mean it's wrong or not worth listening to. Finally, let's
This is way
talk
too
about
much.
the
Let me see.
strategies for tactical stress. Now, this is where things get touchy. So I would
There?
encourage you to keep an open mind throughout this, but
Um,
also these are not the only things you can do to implement this strategy. There's quite a few things, and I encourage you to discover your own, but these are just the ones that have worked for me. So number one is
oh,
launching a
what am I
product
doing?
before actually building it, right? Because this is a huge problem I see with creators, freelancers, really anyone that's trying to launch a product or service, is that they just take forever to build the product and then they never end up launching it and they never end up making money. So instead of actually building the product, build the landing page, build how you're going to sell it, and accept pre-orders for it. Not even pre-orders, but just set a launch date. Let's say I want to set a launch date of January 1st. I start promoting 3 weeks out every week up until then. And once I make the first sale, once I actually make the first sale, then the pressure's on. I have to deliver. I have to build the product before January 1st. And that's an MVP that I can continue to iterate on. You're not going to create the perfect product first time around. That's what a minimum viable product means, is something that you get out and you test and you iterate with customer feedback. So this will obviously require you to have marketing and sales skills so you can actually sell something. But aside from that, I would just recommend watching my one person business playlist here on YouTube, or enroll in digital economics if you just want all the systems and everything given to you for actually building, launching, promoting a product, and even before that, building a brand, writing content, literally
Oh,
everything.
wait.
The second strategy is location hopping, which we've talked about. So to recap, I would pretty much move locations every 6 months or so, if not less, if not more. And once I felt like I just became way too acclimated to the location, I became too comfortable. I wasn't making much progress. My income stagnated. My business stagnated. My ideas stagnated. It was because I wasn't in the both physical and mental. They play into each other a lot. The physical and mental environment that would be conducive to those things. I knew all of the
Ay,
restaurants. I knew most of the people that I'd run into
yes.
every day. I knew whether or not it was going to benefit my future to actually make friends with certain people. And I go on a lot of walks. So It's not really new anymore. That's a great way to generate ideas, is just walk down a new path, throw yourself into the unknown, take a different route to work. There was no further room for discovery for me. This concept also holds true for building a business versus working a job. Is with a job, I think it's good practice to like job hop every 6 months to a year to increase your salary if you can. But you can also get stuck in a job and just get trapped in this robotic, anti-human state of living. Both a business, you can do that too, but you have full control. You can throw yourself out there by launching a product and force your business to grow. You have full control over how far into
Well,
the unknown you push.
reading
The
manga.
third strategy is investing in education. I used to be a course hoarder. Like, really, I would purchase, I think I purchased like 50 software development courses when I was learning programming, and I would just
This on the
hoard them and I'd
bottom.
watch them and I'd build projects along with them,
Goes
but I
up
didn't
here,
really
but this
learn
one needs to
anything.
be
And that's the thing.
adjusted.
They helped me build my knowledge and education to an extent, but they never really led to any tangible results, especially in terms of income, which is the main reason we're all really learning things. And after seeing some success with freelance web design, I knew I wanted to go all out on social media. I'll be talking about this in one of the next two videos about just like how to actually grow on social media, the things that people don't tell you about it, because I saw the potential to infinitely grow my readership over time. If I could get one follower, then I could get a million. And if I could get a million, then I could get 10 million. And so if I had 10 million or 1 million followers, I was kind of set for life if I had a product that
Oh,
sold. I saw that building an audience with valuable
it.
writing that they wanted to read would allow me to build and sell anything
Why
I
is it
wanted to
so
make a
low?
living, as long as the customer
I need
wanted
to
it as
expand
well.
that side.
This is the driving force behind why I created 2 Hour Writer. It's because I saw the power of writing and building an infinite readership that would allow me to sell anything according to my interests. That seems like a logical option for people that want more out of life and want to monetize what they enjoy learning about and improving themselves with and improving others with. That's how you make money. So during this time, when I made that decision of I want to go all in on social media, what did I do? I invested $3,500 in a coaching program. So there's always two camps here. There's one camp that is like, wow, these people are charging $5,000 to $10,000 for coaching. That's insane. Like, I would never pay for that. And it's because, one, you probably don't have the money. Two, you haven't experienced good education before. Three, you don't see the potential. You don't believe. You don't have the mindset. You don't have the awareness and of opportunity that's available in the online business space. And then there's a second camp, which they enjoy learning. They see the potential. They believe. They know that they can be
If
a
I make
part
this
of it. And so they
transparent
invest, and
background,
the purpose of that investment for me, I didn't even, I only showed up to one coaching call, and I'm not mad about it. I'm very grateful that I did that. I showed up to one coaching call, and the only thing that kicked me into action was wasting that money, $3,500 down the drain. I went to the coaching call. I realized, oh, I already know all of this stuff. Why am I not doing anything about it? And I started doing it. But if I didn't spend that money, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have made that realization. Strategy 4 is material items. So this is a touchy one because it's just like the most common thing. Like, money doesn't buy happiness. You don't need a fancy car, a fancy watch, a fancy house, all of this stuff. And I mean, that's a half truth. I agree to an extent, but there is utility behind those things as long as they aren't like shallow surface level pursuits. Where honestly, a lot of the good things in my life came from being what other people would perceive as materialistic, and they taught me about the thing that I purchased. Where I purchased a $40,000 watch one time, and I went home, got home, put it on, and just hated what I saw. I did not like it. I returned it the next day. Thank goodness that they had a return policy. But aside from that, it taught me like, oh, I'm never gonna buy a fancy watch again unless it really means something to me, or I know the history behind it, or it's something that I truly enjoy, or it's a hobby like watch collecting, and like I have so much money that I don't have to worry about it. Like, you need to think holistically about an individual situation they're in before you judge them on, oh, like they just bought that car because they're coping, or they just bought that watch because they're trying to impress people. And on that point, there is utility in that, where I drive a fairly nice car. That's the one thing that I allow myself to like splurge on, is my car. And if you're wondering, it's a Mercedes GT 63S. It's pretty fast. It sounds good. It's matte black, so it's on brand. But it is a status game, and I'm aware of that. And I feel like if people are aware that they're playing status games, then it helps you not become a slave to those things. But you'd be surprised in how many opportunities just the car alone or the way I dress,
I'm
right?
gonna
Maybe not right now with like a band's thing, but
Canva.
when you dress nicely or you go to nice locations or you live in a nice location, you have access to this network and opportunities that are just given to you. If you look good, let's say you look like a homeless guy because you don't care and you're hyper spiritual hippie, but you're struggling to make money and survive, and deep down you actually hate your life. Nobody's going
I
to
don't
come
know
up and
how I feel
talk to
about
you
this.
or want to talk
Wait,
to you. If you
let me
dress nicely
see.
and you're presentable and you show that you invest in how people perceive you, then people are going to come up and talk to you. And if a billionaire comes up and talks to you and gives you $1 million opportunity, that's available to you now. Now that's more of a luck game, but it is a game and it affects your mindset. It's abundance, being able to spend this money knowing that you have the resources and knowledge and education to make it back. The thing with that is just don't let materialism consume you. Mechanics can enjoy cars because that's their entire life, right? You wouldn't expect, like, I'm not going to judge a mechanic for buying the most fancy Ferrari in the world because that's what they love. That's what they've spent so much time developing their mind and expertise around. That's what makes life meaningful to them. Now, strategy number 5 is another touchy one, but it's degeneracy. Now, a lot of the Huberman cult and straight edge people don't really like talking about alcohol, or they think that nobody should ever drink alcohol in their life or do any form of recreational drug. And I don't think that in the slightest. Obviously, there's addiction. Obviously, there's many things and excuses that people could come up with. I would encourage you to set your narrow identity and ideology about alcohol aside for now and realize that some people can just have a drink with dinner or go out and
Please.
get screwed up occasionally. This happened in my past, but like I would drink a decent amount, like in college, obviously, and a bit after college. I don't really drink like a ton right now, but I'd say like 1, 2 drinks a week at dinner with friends. And I don't know, it always makes me think to like how some people in foreign countries like Italy or whatever, like they smoke and they drink excessively and they live longer than the biohackers and people that are overly stressed about their health, simply because the ones that are stressing about their health, the stress is more unhealthy than smoking the cigarette all the time. And so they die earlier. And that's one thing that always sticks out to me is like, if you're so neurotic about just having a drop of alcohol, like that's probably more unhealthy than the guy that's having a drop of alcohol. So my point with degeneracy being a strategy for tactical stress is if you feel all pent up and you feel like you aren't making progress, but you're working towards a goal, then maybe you need to go out. Maybe you need to have some fun. Maybe you need to let loose. Maybe you need to let loose a little bit too much. Because the next day, when you wake up and you feel like shit and you really see what it's like to not be able to make progress towards your goals, you feel the struggle that it takes. You don't have ideas. You don't have anything. You're just sitting there stuck. And you're like, why did I do that? And then the next day or 2 days after, when you're feeling better, that surge of energy allows you to attack in full force. And that brings us to our last point of just emotional transmutation, or allowing yourself to be angry, allowing yourself to have those negative emotions and feel
Yeah, this
so
one
that
looks
you
right.
bounce back out the other side, to use stress in a
So we're
good way.
switching
Use
now
stress.
because I don't
Use
like that
stress. That's a
marble one.
thing, a good stress,
Wasting
where
money
you
right
are
there.
channeling it into a better future. And another thing you have to understand
Taste.
here is that regret is a necessary part of life. You can't avoid it. And those that try to avoid regrets end up regretting their decisions more because they're like, I wasn't supposed to do that. When the person that knows regrets are a part of life, I regret that. I'm going to change. Because most people dwell on their regrets as if they can change them when they can't. They can only change the choices that they make right now. So you have two options. You can view them as ugly stains that make life worse, or view them as cracks that can be sealed with better future decisions. There is one pattern that I've noticed in everyone that is trying to improve their life. The pain of where you are must outweigh the pain of what other people think. People will think you are stupid for making stupid decisions. People will talk about you when you are making big changes. Most of the time, they just want to entertain themselves. They don't want the information behind your decisions, and you will learn to ignore them with time. What's the other option? Let your dreams die on the shelf because people say something you don't like? That's a great way to end up like everyone else. I hope you enjoyed this video, my friends. We're kind of going back to more like rants and just me going off the cusp. I like doing this a lot more, so I'm going to keep doing it. Hopefully you guys like it. Let me know if you do. Art of Focus, my book, is coming soon. early November. There's a link to sign up just to get updates. First link in the bio to our writer. Link in the description if you want to learn high impact writing, how to build your brand just online. And then digital economics, how to turn yourself into business, masterclass with all my systems and strategies, other cool free stuff like Power Planner, 7 Days to Genius Ideas Challenge. All of that's in the description. Until next time, peace. One meaningful project, 1 hour of focused work, one day at a time, without waiver. That's the secret you're looking for. That's what we're here to discuss today. It is a simple framework for creating a better life for yourself. But first, we need to understand its importance. Why is focused work a superpower? Happiness is a skill, and it's easier than ever to practice unhappiness. How? We don't live in the same world as our ancestors. The physical world is relatively similar. Of course, we built buildings, cities, countries, the road system, everything that we see today in the world. Our routines are a bit different than they used to be, of course, with the change that has come, but the environment has changed so much to the point that it could be detrimental to our long-term health unless we revert back or create a sustainable
Guess I have to do
solution.
another.
And now I've been going
part
down
3.
multiple rabbit holes. If you haven't already, read the short story The Gentle Seduction. You can just find it with a quick Google search, but it kind of opens your mind up to the potential of the future. And I'm not sure what the next phase of evolution is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be chemical enhancement, like that people talk about in the biohacking community, that bridges us from where we are now to like being cyborgs and being able to live forever. Right now, it seems like our goal is to prolong our health with longevity practices to the point where we can reverse aging as a whole. Or that's all we're doing with evolution is we're trying to reverse entropy and the problems that come with entropy. So that's a topic for another time. Maybe we'll dive into it sometime. Probably not. But the physical world has kind of changed. But the mental world has changed entirely. We continue to build the physical world, and our mind has to adapt and evolve and transcend in order for us to even have the ideas that create the physical world. And for every single thing that we create in the physical world, it demands 10, 100, 1,000 ideas and iterations of the ideas in our mind. And so this starts to paint the picture of the information landscape that we have access to that is drastically different from the old world. And so at the inception of human consciousness, we transcended and included the physical world beneath us and the biological world, right? Animal life. And with every advancement or stage of evolution, we hold everything under it, but then what is above it is 10 to 100,000 to 1,000 times the depth and span of what lies in that. So the mental world is so much larger and chaotic than the physical and biological world. And so here's a graphic. I got this concept or just illustration from A Brief History of Everything by Ken Wilber. And you can notice some connections here, right, between physics, biology, psychology, theology, mysticism, and how those align with spirit, soul, mind, body, matter. But in the mental plane or the plane of soul or spirit, it just gets increasingly more complex, right? But it gives us so much more of a creative ability. And so let's think of the old world as an acorn and the new world as an oak tree. Here's an image of an oak tree, and these things can grow to be 600 to 1,000 years old, and they just get more and more complex over time. You can see that there's a core, right, which could be the essence of being, and it splits off in 3 to 6 major areas and continues to split into branches that may live or fall off and thousands upon thousands of leaves, and each leaf having an ecosystem within itself similar to that of the oak. And so we can think of this oak tree as a watered down description of reality beyond what you can see with your limited perception as a human. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, I mean like frogs being able to see colors that we do not have access to. There is more that we can perceive as human beings. And if you're not open to that, then your creativity is massively hindered. And your connection with any form of spiritual entity or experience. And of course, when it comes to plant life or just this oak tree in general, at times it becomes necessary to prune a branch so that it can grow better or go into a new direction.
I'm just like stressing out because
forms of humans, because that is us interacting with evolution and allowing us to shape where we go. But another point here is that there are infinite branches and leaves to be explored by the mind. But most people are conditioned into the singular branch and possibly singular leaf that they were conditioned into throughout their childhood. Go to school, get a job, retire at 65, and the information and worldview that is adopted along with that. This keeps
Mhm.
you heavily limited. And if
I don't
you
know what I'm
want,
gonna
you
do
can
then
think of
tomorrow.
that singular
Oh,
branch or leaf
what am I
as
gonna
what
finish
people
tomorrow?
coin as the matrix, and you being trapped in that perspective for your entire life and never having the ability to open your mind and see new potentials for your life. And so the major problem here is that it is too easy for modern man to
I
get
like
sucked into
this
a mindless
one.
trap of mediocrity, degeneracy, and roboticism. And when people try to break away from the default path into
It's
something
not
that is
even
unknown,
it.
they get scared, they get afraid, they dip their toe in, they realize, oh, I'm very comfortable right now in my own little
All I
situation,
can do
and
is
they
just go
step
from the
out. It's too cold or it's too
beginning. Just
hot.
go from
There's too much information to explore,
no.
too many
Do the
opportunities that cause
list.
overwhelm, too many opinions that lead to anxiety. To find clarity, you have to battle through the chaos.
No.
You can't just shy away at the first sight of struggle. So to help wrap our heads around this, for every good thought, there is 100 bad thoughts. So the thought of good health, or you trying to achieve good health, there's 100 bad thoughts because of the information that is available to you and that is marketed towards you by, let's say, mainstream media as one source of that information. And so when you think of good health, if you are not solely focused on that and don't have the goals, vision, and clarity that allows you to frame your mind so that distractions and other information can't penetrate that to distract you, if you do not have that, then your mind can, or your focus, which is what we're talking about today, can split to a negative thought of, oh,
Oh, this is
eggs
kind of
are worse than
similar.
cigarettes. Oh, they cause cancer.
Oh, this is kind of
And
similar
then
to how
that
you
leads
see the
to, oh,
pollen.
I smoke. So that's
Mm-hmm.
even worse for my health. Why am I even going after this health goal in the first place if I'm doing all of these things that contribute to poor health? And then it starts to split off into a holistic
Mr.
but negative worldview where you're like, oh, but I don't have money in order
Okay, I
to
need to take a
get the
picture of
quality
this real
ingredients that
quick.
I need to optimize my health. I can't
Apricot.
afford a gym membership. And so business comes into play. And you're like, if you don't have a vision or
I didn't even
clarity
see
on
his
how to start or run a business or just fix
Mr.
your money problems in general, you can see where this splits and where people get so overwhelmed and anxious is because they don't have clarity or a direction or aim for their life in order to focus their attention, and they haven't educated themselves enough with quality information to the point of being able to solely focus on that because they're confident in their ability to act and they're making progress every single day. They're taking on a challenge, their skill is up to that challenge so that they don't get anxious, or they're not taking on too low level of a challenge like a corporate job or something that they've done over and over and over again to the point of getting bored with it and thinking their mind splitting because of that, because they're like, oh, I'm bored, I could be doing something better with my time, and then you go down a negative thought loop that way as well. And so this is the point of focus. You have to learn to order your mind. You need to be able to create clarity from chaos and have direction for your life every single morning and feel like you are making progress so you can tap into some degree of the flow state, which is where you need feedback by your environment to know that you're making meaningful progress in life. Because you felt it before. You know how fucking amazing clarity and pure progress feels. And once you seek to understand how to recreate that in your life, then that's how you create
I
enjoyment
need to
on a
make this
daily
as
basis.
one
So let's start by understanding that
95.
if you don't program your own mind, it will be programmed by someone else. And the age of information is extremely overwhelming in this matter because everyone's trying to program you. They're trying to condition you. And this isn't a bad thing, but you have to be able to choose and limit your inputs from every plane of existence so that that's how
175.
you condition yourself, is by curating the information that you allow to condition your mind. And so let's start with the
Make
digital
sure the
plane of
trends so
existence where you
I
immerse
just
yourself in the information that will program you for success. So unfollow accounts that don't serve your future, buy books that increase your awareness of your potential, subscribe to podcasts, newsletters, and blogs that teach you what the schools won't. Every single place you turn, you need to curate a digital environment that is conducive to the future that you want for yourself. And if you don't hold that future in the back of your mind, then it's so much easier to get distracted. And so now the mental plane, you need to treat your mind as a garden. Your thoughts, they can be well kept and beautiful, or they can grow like weeds and lead to a chaotic downward spiral. And as the Arabs say, the nature of the rain is the same, but it makes thorns grow in the marshes and flowers in the gardens. And now the physical plane, which is my favorite one to kind of think about, because in the past, people would form settlements, right? And so we can think of this today as people that settle for where they are in their life. They don't pursue anything more than a certain level that they've reached because they think that's enough because society said it was enough. to operate within society and feed that machine.
Wanted
And
what?
so people in
Grayish
these
blue?
settlements, they group
Grayish
together into these
blue,
environments
okay.
and just justify each other's mediocre behavior.
That
And
color.
they program themselves to think that it's normal or a good thing. And now, if this is what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But if you don't want to do it, that's why you're watching this video. If you want to be a mediocre piece of shit, go watch another video. I don't know. The unknown is where your potential lies. The single most important decision you make is where you live. It drives your business opportunities, relationships, food and water supply, politics, activities, and day-to-day quality of life. You need to set higher fucking standards for yourself. I'm going to write a newsletter and create a video on this at some point, but your standards, really, like if you're okay with $10,000 in your bank account, then you're not going to see anything less than $10,000 as a problem, or you're not going to see $10,000 as a problem in your bank account. If you don't see the environment you live in that is impacting the food that you can have, and the same with your money. If your standards for your money are so low to the point where you can't afford quality food and you're just complaining all day about how wealthy and healthy people are privileged because they can buy quality food, it's because your standards across the board for your life are absolute shit. They're so low. If you can't afford high quality food, it's because your standards for your own work ethic and business are non-existent. And so you isolate the problems of health and being able to afford quality food in your life as separate when in fact they work together. You have to aim for holistic self-improvement, health, wealth, relationships, mind, body, spirit, business. All of them play into each other and come up together. If you want to be healthy, then you're going to have to fix your fucking finances. And if you're not doing anything to increase
Should I
the
do the rest
status
tomorrow?
in your job or start a business or do something or budget to make more money, there's millions of different techniques to increase your income, then clearly you have no room to complain about not being able to afford high quality food or to invest in your health. And then how that both of those play a role in the relationships you have access to. And since those standards are so low for your food, health, and business and finances, then your relationships are also going to lower to that standard and the entirety of your life is going to suck. So this is all to say that you are a product of your environment. If your standards are low, it's usually because you haven't put yourself in a digital, physical, or mental environment that would program you to increase your standards or to think that having higher standards is normal. And so these thought processes that are created from the environments that you reside in become habitual and they become who you are. And then you start to work to survive your identity by justifying your own actions and reinforcing your own beliefs by following the people and putting yourself in the environments that allow you to settle there. Because most people wake up after 40 years of robotic living wondering where the time went. You don't have to be one of them. Imagine having a spreadsheet that displayed how much attention you've invested in any given area of your life, mind, body, spirit, and business that impact your relationship with the world and those around you. The spreadsheet would be a direct indicator of your quality of life.
Okay, so
that is a quote from my book,
So
The Art of Focus, coming out soon, September 5th, I believe is the official launch date. We're getting things together right now, but more info on that to come. Focus is the habit of habits. It is the thing that comes before habits, the habit that comes before any other habit in your life. Focus is the root of your entire being. It is how you channel your awareness, consciousness, and attention toward value or distraction. Conscious focus on your long to short-term goals are how you program your own mind for success and daily quality of life. And so here we want to increase the ratio of expensive to cheap dopamine sources in our life. We want to increase the signal to noise, significance to insignificance, and meaningful to meaningless ratio. Because dopamine makes you feel good, and this isn't a bad thing, it's just a matter of where you actually get it. Dopamine is the molecule of human behavior and why we act on certain things that we do. Just because you aren't scrolling on your phone and soaking in the cheap dopamine doesn't mean that you shouldn't be leveraging a neurotransmitter in your brain to achieve some form of success. And so we start by creating a hierarchy of goals for ourselves. Because if you don't have conscious, meaningful goals, you won't be able to place your focus on the things that matter, or at least it just won't be top of mind. You're going to get distracted and your attention's going to be manhandled just by you going about day-to-day life without actually trying to control it. And it doesn't matter if you don't know what those goals should be yet. Just pick something that sounds meaningful. Only then can you realize what you don't want by pursuing something that you think you want, realizing, oh, this wasn't it. but
let
now
me
I'm acting from a place of
say
better experience, so I can
this.
set the next goal and continue self-correcting until I'm going in a much better direction in
Okay, now I'm
reality. And so
gonna
if you want just a set way to do this, if you vibe with my message, then check out the courses 2 Hour Writer or Digital Economics to learn a high value skill of writing, or just to turn yourself into your assistant to a business. I feel like it's a great direction to start for many people. So to start this off of what we just talked about, here the first things that you need to do out and gain perspective. Think about your ideal future. Have you ever done it? So, when was the last time? Pull out a notebook and describe it in
Okay.
detail. Spend 30 minutes writing out what you
Print
think
this.
you
Yeah,
want,
this is
mind,
already
body, spirit, business, and how those things will
nice.
impact every area of your life in a beneficial manner. And now
That's okay.
contrast that life with the life that you have now. This is
Fine.
your vision
More
for the future.
setting.
It is a big meta goal that houses the rest of your
Draft.
goals. And this gives you a lens or a frame to view daily situations from and focus your attention on the right things. If you do not have a vision or goals at the top of your mind, how are you going to
We
make
will
better decisions for your life? You can't. You don't know what decision to make that will lead towards the goal or the vision. If you don't have it there, then every single one of your actions are meaningless. And you're currently viewing life from a lens of unconscious goals, because everything is goal oriented. We're taking actions towards a goal no matter what it is, right? So your actions are meaningless if you don't have conscious self-generated goals to help frame your decisions. But aside from that, if you don't have your own, you're operating from the lens of unconscious goals that society projected on you, like getting a better short-term job or having quick superficial sex, or every other low consciousness problem or in their life, but really get that. A note of this is that you do have to solve these problems, but you have to solve them from a long-term standpoint. Because even just like even if you just want to have sex with someone, go try, expose yourself to the experience, fail a few times. Failures are the foundation for your quality of life. To learn by exposing yourself to experience and reality. Don't just sit around mentally masturbating over things. You have to go out and do things and reap the lessons from them, and then channel those failures towards your goals. So the next thing, from that zoomed out perspective and our vision for the future, we need to deconstruct that into smaller goals to bridge the clarity gap. So in that same notebook where you wrote out your vision, take it out again and write out a 10-year goal, a 1-year goal, this month's goal, this week's goal, and what you can do today. Attached to these goals, this is just a practice to generate clarity. Your goals will evolve with time, and that's okay. Goals can change. I can have a different goal tomorrow if I wanted to, as long as I have a goal and I'm making decisions towards a better life for myself. So step number 3 after that is to zoom in that clarity to act with purpose. So hold that frame to the back of your mind, right? The focus channel from which you view daily situations. This is the habit that we're forming, is zooming out, gaining perspective, and acting from a place where we can make better decisions and perceive situations so that we can identify problems in the ways of our goals. You are trying to decrease the amount of distraction in your life by consistently and habitually bringing your focus back from distraction to what you deem as important. And the things that are important or are signal or are significant are the things that align with the actualization of your goals. And this is what you notice. This is how you reap good dopamine. When you have a goal in your mind, like getting absolutely jacked out of your mind, and you go on social media and you see a tip that will help you with that, then boom, that's meaningful dopamine. And you need to save what that is and implement it in your life. And so now the question is, what do we zoom in our focus on? How do we actually make tangible progress? And how do we know that we're making progress every single day? Because the modern world is an infinite web of information, ideas, opportunities, business models, relationship advice, productivity doctrine, conspiracy theories, news, and drama that you can get lost in if you do not train your focus. At the current level of your life, 99% of the information that you are exposed to does not fucking matter. It is a distraction. Get used to that. Get used to registering 99% of the information that you are exposed to as a distraction and learning to focus on the important things. So we start with one meaningful project. So from what you wrote down in your notebook, we're going to turn goals into projects. And you are the meta project. You are your life's work. You as a project are composed of interconnected planes of existence that make life enjoyable. Mind, body, spirit, and money. Yes, money is necessary. It is the bridge of commerce, the lifeblood of society. It is how you bring the future you want to build to life and share it with other people so that you can benefit from it. You can contribute to
Okay.
humanity. And so also in
Moment of
business, there are
truth.
the eternal markets, which are health, wealth, relationships, happiness, which can also connect to mind, body, spirit businesses where burning profitable
We
spot.
will
So by
see.
treating
This is a
each
piece of
domain of your life
paper.
as a project and creating projects out of those areas in order to identify and solve problems and create solutions. So as right, the project is the solution. So once you create the project, then boom, you're
Let's
itself
see
the
this
business. You
one.
see
Put
like how
this
all
up.
of this comes full circle with all the shit that I talked about. It's by just improving your life and making conscious effort towards your goals and making tangible projects that you pass down to other people. You create a life of impact, money, and fulfillment. So you can also view projects as quests in a video game, and this is what makes video games so enjoyable, is that it
Oh my
narrows your
god, it
mind
needs to
on
be
the
way bigger
hierarchy
than
of goals that
that.
composes the project. You begin to control your attention every
Okay,
single
wait a
morning. You
minute.
start to move
The
with
size of
purpose
this
through the
thing,
world,
pretty
and
much
people
the
notice it
same.
in your walk and how you
Hold
hold
on.
yourself. So from one meaningful project, now we need 1 hour of focused work. Focus is a muscle. Start with 4 sets of 20
No.
minutes, rest between sets. Progressive overload still applies to mental lifting.
Cute.
When you get stronger, add more
Her
weight.
name is not
Increase to
supposed to be
4
like that.
sets of 45 minutes. Train your focus to hit your ideal financial physique in record time. You don't need 12 hours a day to actualize your dreams. Anyone that tells you that
Too much
is either an
space.
idiot or they
Not
don't have
good.
perspective or they're just giving their own experience, which there's nothing wrong with that as long as they're giving it from their personal experience. And if that was the case, 12 hours a day, then nobody would see any form of success. They don't have that much time on their hands when they have other responsibilities flooding their lives. Adults have responsibilities. They have families, jobs, bills to pay. And if you're young, then yeah, you have a huge fucking advantage and you need to take advantage of it. So for your first meaningful project that you are going to dedicate 1 hour focused attention, you need to pick the one that solves the most prevalent problem in your life. And this is your purpose. If you're trying to find your purpose, here it is. So you need to sit with it, contemplate it, and create your plan of attack. Are you overweight? Are you broke? Are you stressed all the time? Do you hate your job? Do you lack energy? What is it? What are you sweeping under the rug so you don't have to face the pain that comes with growth? That's the difference between a video game and the game of life, is there is going to be actual real pain, but the pleasure derived from it is so much more than that of a video game. So if solved, what problem would unlock the next level of enjoyment in your life? And so from there, you must deconstruct that goal into actions. And that way you have something to incorporate in your lifestyle every single hour.
It's actually quite challenging, guys.
Focused work. And for this, your life must change on a fundamental level. Right? You're going to have to fit this into your day and prioritize it. Because arguably it is the most important thing in your life. It's your purpose, right? It has to become the first thing you do every single morning, or it has to be so habitual later in the day that other distractions and responsibilities don't get in its way. You're going to have to wake up earlier. So if you need money, dedicate the first hour of your day to education and action around money. If you want to lose weight, dedicate the first hour of your day to education and action around fitness. If you want to decrease stress, dedicate the first hour of your day to education and action around mental health. It's that simple. Don't look for a shortcut on this. It's not going to lead anywhere good. This is a lifestyle. This is your entire life. You're going to be doing 1 hour focused at work for the rest of your life, every single morning. Do it. So the last part of this is one meaningful project, 1 hour focused work, one day at a time without waver. Focus is a currency. When you invest it in your own education, work, rest, and success, the results won't be immediate. Consistency is a requirement. Actually, scratch that. Consistency is overrated. Persistency is underrated with a P. Persistence and iteration are requirements for projects to lead to a better future for yourself. You must show up every single day with the intention to build a project that lives into the future. This is how you become a confident and interesting person. This is the unconventional, if not the only path to self-confidence. Just feeling good about yourself is by actually having something about you to give back. Because there's so much more under that. Competence. It shows time invested, and it shows that you've had to acquire the information and perspective that allows you to see situations from a nuanced perspective. It shows experience. When you are hell-bent on creating your vision for the future, people notice and they want to join you. You towards that. You make persistent action seem is by scheduling lever moving tasks into high time blocks. As to methods, there may be a million, and some, but principles are few. The man who grasps principles can successfully select his own.
Doesn't matter because
the man who tries methods before principles.
the only thing that will get supplemented is the ink.
That's a quote.
Let's see it.
illustrates the importance of what lever moving actions actually are. They're the principles behind the methods or the tactics that people talk about. Where someone's like, oh, start this social media marketing agency to make $1 million a year, or use this AI business model to make $1 million a year. Those are tactics. Those are methods. Those are operating from principles that the creators understand. You need to absorb the principles by studying multiple different perspectives through your education and noting the patterns of what allows all of them to do better, which I can tell you what it is right now. It's from my $1 million skill stack video, writing, speaking, marketing, sales, paired with your personal interests and tactics, along with all of those that you learn with time. So the key to persistency is momentum, and you need to stack small wins. Because why would you ever keep playing a game if it wasn't ever fun, if you never saw any form of progress, right? This is mostly in the individual's control. People can say, oh, you just need discipline, you need to stick it out. If you're not seeing small wins, then you're not doing the right things. Because if you want to lose weight, it is foolish to start reading a book on hyperthyroidism before learning the principles of training and nutrition. Business is foolish to write a course in client acquisition with Facebook ads before learning the principles of traffic and offers. If you want to go on a date, it is foolish to learn game before understanding the principles of social, intimate, or business relationships. And you'll notice these principles overlap.
Okay, last one.
Like bodybuilding and business. There's a lot of parallels there, like just progressive overload in general, where you add a little bit of weight to the bar, right? You don't try to increase your income by $100,000 a month in 1 month. You try to increase it by 5,000, and then it progressively picks up. And before you know it, you're bench pressing a financial 315 pounds for 10 reps. So with lever moving tasks, and once you identify what those are through education, you're going to have to learn, because I can't give every single, if I were, I would have to give tactics, right? I don't want to do that. I would have to give prescriptions, how-tos, and these narrow little things that pigeonholes everyone's perspective into the same thing, so that only 0.01% of them get results. You have to go and fucking figure it out for yourself. And so the last thing is that you need to schedule these things in a high energy time block. Now, if you want to do this midday, go ahead. If you want to do it in the afternoon, go ahead. But for most, it makes sense to block out the first hour of your morning to make this happen. That's where people have the most time and energy, no matter if you're in a night owl or not. Even night owls, when you're on that default network state, that's when you're the most creative person. Work, better work. And your energy may not be highest during this time of day. You have a limited amount of energy every single day. And if you're trying to work after you're training all of it, then it's going to be low for you. So yeah, this is going to be difficult. You're going to have to wake up for a week until it becomes something. Wake up early for a month in order for it to become something you actually enjoy. And you can work on whatever you want during these times, but realize that distractions are subjective. I'm not saying that hanging out with your friends and video games and partying, all this stuff is bad. It's bad if it's pulling you away from that 1 hour time block. Now you have something tangible. You have a 1 meaningful project. You have 1 hour a day. If anything pulls you away from that, then it's a distraction. If you complete that, then go ahead and be distracted by that. At that point, it's not distracted. It could actually be very important to you in maintaining those other pillars of your life. So work in the morning, knock out your priority tasks, and enjoy the rest of your day because you've already done things. So that's it for this video. Incredible weekend or week ahead. Links in the description for cool stuff. Learn a high value skill with 2 Hour Writer. Turn yourself into the business with digital economics. Like, subscribe, do all that shit that people say in the YouTube video. See you in the next one. Peace.
Yeah. Takes so long.
If you don't create a routine, you will be assigned one. If you don't create a purpose, you will be assigned one. If you don't create a career, you will be assigned one. People are too quick to adopt the structure that somebody else created to ease life's uncertainty. You need a routine. And if you think you don't, you may not realize that you have already been assigned one by society, or your routine is not having a routine. Without rules, there is no game. Without
I think this might be
there is no winning. A routine contains the rules for how you live your life. The longer you play,
so
as you're getting better.
It was still this. It was like this because I think every image is different. So, I think when people set things up on sale, Etsy, they already have pretty much know the right settings for each one of the images. Because this one is pretty much I'm doing it manually right now, and it's a lot of time just consuming. Unless I just don't know how to do it right. Okay, it's good. Luna's right there. Oh, okay. I think this might be it, guys. I think I kind of got it though. Oh, so cute. I just can't really see anything here. So that's the, okay, so it's the cloud. Yeah, I think this is perfect. Yay! Now I just gotta print it out. Let's see the top. I don't want to lose any of the color at the top of the rainbow. So I'm just making sure. The flowers right there. That's right there. I mean, I did such a like low level print that I could barely tell. But I believe this is a good size. This is gonna work. I'm gonna. Oh, wait, it was this one, right? Let's get the latest one. Pretty much that one. So I'll take this one, the final. I will say, and this Luna's on this side, right? That's a bit maybe like this. Go like this. Perfect. I think so. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Copy paste this. It's the final. They make that one. It's not even final. Luna. Luna. I know. All right, guys. I'm gonna leave now. I'll do the rest tomorrow, I guess. Maybe. See. Thank you.